Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to Critical Beauty. Again, we're going to talk about the latest happenings in Miss Grand International as well as Miss Universe. There's so many things to talk about. So, if you guys want to listen for the next 3 hours or so, grab some popcorn, grab something to drink, just relax. If you have any comments or questions, and if you're willing to participate in the chat box, please do so. I would really appreciate that, and I'll share your thoughts and your comments to the rest of the world. We're just waiting for my guest, Wilfredo, Noemi, and Sandip from India. Sandip is going to be a little bit late, so I see Wilfredo right now. Let's admit him. Hello, darling. Hi.
Hello, hello.
How are you, darling?
I'm super good. You know that I'm always loving this. Sorry, it's raining in here. I don't know if it's raining over there, but
I
my
think this
connection
I think this is this is
is,
this this is the best way for you to relax after a hard day at work, okay?
to be honest with you, yes. To be honest with you, yes.
Oh,
Um,
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to the group discussion again. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. And there isn't a day that goes by that nothing is happening in pageantry. There's always something interesting, controversial, scandalous happening in pageantry, especially with the two pageants that we're going to be talking about tonight. Miss Grand
mm,
International and of course Miss Universe. So
I don't know what is going on.
yeah, so Noemi just texted me. Noemi, she said she's going to be a bit late, okay? And Sandeep from India, he said
Uh-oh.
he's going to be a little. Oh, wait a minute. Here's Sandeep. He's early.
Oh, okay, because the last time,
The last time he was like, the last time he was like what, 3 hours late, okay?
yeah, uh-uh. I was looking
By the
forward
way,
to meet him.
yeah, we're waiting for Sandeep. We're saying hello, hi Harvey, hey, what's up? Finally, the first time I have time to watch your video live 10:08 here in Canada. Hi ABP, how are you? Mwah.
Hello.
Welcome. Hi Sandeep. King Jones.
Buenas
Hello, Sir
noches.
Rafa. Hello, King
Buenas
Jones.
tardes.
Hello, Rafa. Do
Buen,
talk about point
uh-oh.
number seven. Yeah,
Buenas tardes.
point number seven. We can't wait to talk about point number seven. Good morning, Rafa, from Good to Know. Thank you. Watching from all over the world. Let me know where you're watching from. I want to know where my audience is. Look at Sandeep. He made it. Woo-hoo!
It's the
Finally.
hor- yes, it's the horror and terror.
So how many
Mm.
so how many hours of sleep did you have?
Good enough. Last night I slept early.
How many?
So,
I think 9 hours.
Wow. So you must feel really, really rested.
Actually, it feels like taking a early morning flight. It's like I have to go on board a flight.
That's funny. That's funny. Well, the most important is that you made it, and I appreciate it. Now, is that do you live in a condominium? You
This
do?
is my this is my bedroom.
Your bedroom. Okay. All right. So you live in an
My-
I
apartment.
like it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I
So
like
it's
it
a
because it's very bright.
because there are lot many lights on and there's a huge window as you can see.
Oh, wow. And
Oh, I
you,
love it.
and you live
You
outside Calcutta, correct?
No, I live in Calcutta.
You live in Calcutta. Okay. And you said
Nice.
you're not too far away from the Sisters of Charity, the Mother Teresa's
What do you?
uh,
Yeah,
center, I think. Yeah,
tell me.
that's what she said. Okay. All right, good. Um, hey everybody. Jayden. Hi, Jayden. Hey, Rafa. Hey, Wilfredo. Hello, everybody. So yeah,
So I
Noemi's
live
going to
in
join us later.
Calcutta.
Go
I
ahead.
live
What?
in it. The network went away. So I live in Calcutta,
Okay.
not out of Calcutta, and that's about 30 minutes away from Mother Teresa's house, about 20 minutes from the Victoria Memorial. I'm promoting my city.
Go for
So
it.
I want my friends to come over to my city and I can host them.
So how many people, what is the population there, more
I
or
think
less?
it's
It's a big
mm,
city, right?
yeah, I think about 10, 80 million to 100
Eight
million is
million?
is the population of my state. I wouldn't know the exact figure of my city, but allow me a moment.
What is your state? Is it
West Bengal, West
West
Bengal.
West Bengal? Okay. So if correct me if I'm wrong. So West Bengal is right next to Bangladesh, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that's east of India.
Okay.
So somewhere in 1902, the Britishers always had a policy of divide and rule to any conflict. Something like what Nawaz has recently done by increasing the age to 35 to let go of Rachel's topic. That's what they usually did. So they divided Bengal. So when they
Okay.
got the state of Bengal, one was East Bengal, the other was West Bengal, right?
Yes.
So now, even though we are the eastern part of India, it's still called West Bengal.
Okay. Okay. But you do speak Bengali, correct?
আমি আমি ভালো বাংলা বলতে পারি. I speak Bengali very fluently.
So you are Bengali.
No, I'm not Bengali. I'm
Okay.
Marwari. So my ethnicity is Rajasthani
Oh,
from
you're
the
Rajasthani. Okay.
yes, Rajasthani. So Rajasthan also has different many districts and provinces, and there's
Yeah.
one
Hmm.
particular province called Marwar. So
Yeah.
people who are from Marwar are called Marwaris. Now that I belong to this province called Shekhawat, which makes me Shekhawati. Now, just because you are in United States, from the state of Massachusetts, you're still called American. So the Marwari
Yes.
community prospers so much. Even if I am from the state of Rajasthan, I am a Shekhawati, but the Marwari identity is more popular, so we kind of stick with it to make people's life easier.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So Rajasthani, huh? So you must be a descendant of royalty,
Uh,
of princess and emperors and
if I am, let me get some money, please. So I
okay.
haven't received my
Well,
share of.
well, have you thought about doing your family DNA, your research, your family
Yes,
background?
yes, yes, I do intend to do that. So now in India, you'll be surprised to know India is a very religious and a very spiritual country, right? So when you
Mhm.
go to all these religious places, you can go and there's a concept called the Vanshavali. Vanshavali means Vansh is your dynasty, and Ali, when you add the Ali to it, it becomes your script, your history of your dynasty. So
Mhm.
you go there, tell your parents' name and your grandfather's name and your family members, and they can track you down who all visited that particular place at some point in their lifetime. So recently, there's this place called Bodh Gaya where when Gautama Buddha attained salvation,
Mhm.
right? I went there for some kind of religious what is it, pujas with
Uh-huh.
my family, and then we kind of tracked down our history that about 110 years ago, some of my relatives did visit there, and what they did and where they belong to. So you can actually know what you can track your DNA from where I belonged, right?
Really
What ancestry is, but I can actually also find out who were the family members, what profession they were into.
interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. Well, learning so much about our good friend Sandeep here. People, if you have any questions for our good friend Sandeep, let me know. Write them down in the chat box, and
Have you
we'll
guys
read it.
ever been to India?
I've never been to India. No. Wilfredo,
Wilfred?
have you been to India?
No, but I want to because I love the culture.
Yeah.
So that's the reason I learned the language little by little, at least a couple of sentences. I like it.
I've been to several Indian restaurants. That I can tell you.
I'll come one by one. So, Wilfredo, like Donald Trump says, you're fired. I'll say you are invited. Rafa,
I
you are
see.
invited. You're invited.
There
But
you
I'm not
go.
invited.
Uh-huh.
But then I am not invited.
You are invited. You are invited.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Dhanyavad. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
That's too funny.
But you know what?
Uh,
It's funny. It's very funny because foreigners, when they come to India, they say dhanyavad, but we hardly use the word dhanyavad. It's too very heavy on the mouth. We always say thank you.
what
Thank
is
you,
it?
guys.
The way Carnival?
No,
No,
otherwise we just don't say thank you.
Oh, okay.
It's
All right.
thank you. Very rarely you will hear saying dhanyavad.
All right.
Yeah. At least I know how to say hi in
Hyderabad.
Hindi, uh, Telugu, and maybe was teaching me his language. So, but
Telugu.
I think I was.
It's funny because I follow this Indian Filipino family. On YouTube. The wife is Filipino and the husband is Indian, and they have an 8-year-old, half Indian, half Filipino son. And the name of their vlog is Sana, Sana, Sana Family Vlogs. So I've been following for the
Mhm.
last 5 years, and
Mm,
yeah, they got married. What is interesting because they both met in Dubai when they were single people. Okay, the guy's name is Ram. RAM, and then he's a computer analyst. So the wife, Verily, she was a nurse, and they met in Dubai. They fell in love and decided to get married. So there were a lot of intercultural, differences between the two of them. I mean, he's Hindu, she's Catholic. So how do you mix these different beliefs, and
Mhm.
especially when you're raising a child. So they went back to India. She met his family. They were very, very nice to her. They accepted her, as if her own daughter. They married Hindu style, beautiful wedding, and then they gave birth to a little boy named Ryan. And then now they moved to the Philippines just for a year to see how life, because they want to raise their kid like to be fluent both in Hindi and I guess Filipino or whatever. So yeah,
Very long.
so yeah, follow it. Sana Family Vlogs. Well, she is the creator of the YouTube channel, and she speaks mostly in Filipino, but the guy would also speak in English back and forth. And the kid, oh my God, yeah, he's amazing. He's great.
So
Reading some, yeah, huh? What?
I don't understand the issue between two people, something called intercaste marriage or
Hmm.
interfaith. There's a religion above all religions, and that's the religion of humanity. All right.
Yes,
And and in
yes.
Hindi and in India, we also say there's one God. In Christianity, also you say there's only one God. I believe in one God, the very famous hymn. All right.
Hmm.
So and the creators of countries are humans, but the creator of the universe is God. All right.
Yes.
There are different ways to attain God. Why just fight over it? Just find you have breakfast, I have breakfast. You feel hungry, I feel hungry. The needs are same. It's just the process are different.
We all have I mean, we all have the same color of blood, okay, red. That's all.
Right.
We're all humans.
On
That's
point.
all that
On point.
matters.
On
Okay,
point.
Jason, oh my God, the MGI already sued Rachel Gupta. Yeah, we know that. And we're going to talk about that too. Hey, Rafa, Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, how are you? Good evening, fellow Massachusetts. While that's already one C country, what does that mean? Um,
what?
I don't know. H. Harvey says, wow, that's already one C country, SEA country. I don't understand. Jonathan says, thanks for educating us, Sandeep. Michelle Gonzalez, Wilfredo's sister. Hi, Michelle. Hola, mi amor. Hello to my brother, Luis Rafa. I love you. I love seeing you. Hi, Michelle. Sorry, I missed you the last time. I know you said hello, but I totally missed you. So I apologize. But I'm glad to see you again. Hey, baby girl. Hello, new group discussion again. I'm all in, says Miko. Woohoo. Naveed said Sandeep should help Nawat since Marwadis are great in business. What is he trying to say? What does that mean? Who's
So
Marwadi?
I'm Marwari, like I
Oh,
told you, my clan.
okay, your clan.
So there's a saying in Hindi, जहां ना पहुंचे रेलगाड़ी वहां पहुंच जाए मारवाड़ी. Railgadi and Marwari are rhyming. So roughly translated, where a place where even a train can't reach, a Marwari can reach. All right, because he's so good in business.
All right. Okay. So you're good in numbers.
Well, I'm not very good at numbers. I'm somewhat okay, but I'm good in business. Yes, I'm a hard taskmaster.
All right. Okay, cool. Wilfredo, what are you good in?
Oh wow. um, well, I'm good as a pageant coach and runway coach. I'm good
Of
in
course, of
communications.
course.
Let's see. I am a psychologist and psychiatrist without a diploma when I work in pageants. Because when you hear the stories of these beautiful girls, you become their doctor, I mean, her stylist has nothing on me because I just listening to everything. I become the gonko for everybody.
The
All
agony
right.
aunt.
So, but I think I'm good about appreciating languages and try my best to learn a little of every country that I like. I, you know, I don't know. For me, when you learn somebody else language, at least a hello and goodbye, it's like make them feel welcome on
Mhm.
on a land that is not them. And for me, it's to show respect that hey, you know what, you took time. This person took time to learn something simple from my country to make me feel welcome and important as well because it's not easy. We
Right.
live in a world that people are so like focused on themselves, self-centered, and they
Mhm.
don't take time to learn other people's culture. So, and I have a fascination from India with India, Thailand, um, and the Philippines. So I always try to, every time I go to a restaurant and I know they speak their language based on that restaurant, I always ask questions about how you say certain things and things like that. And I just enjoy it because even though it's not like I'm fluent, but at least I want to make feel like if I go to a restaurant and they speak whichever language and I know, I will greet them with that language and say thank you. Do my best to make them feel like, you know what, I acknowledge you and you deserve the respect.
All
It's
right.
it's the art of welcoming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good to
Now,
know. Good to know.
I have a question.
Yes.
Wilfredo, you're from which country?
I am from Puerto Rico, but I live in South Carolina, USA. That sounds like
US.
pageantry. Carolina, USA.
Well, Puerto Ricans are American citizens
Mhm.
Yes.
automatically. Yeah.
So Rafa is vegan and you are vegetarian, non-vegetarian, I guess. So what do you
I'm
order when
half
you go to
I'm
India?
half and half.
You can't be half and half. You have to be one or the other.
You know what, Rafa
Maybe no, I think Wilfredo is
is,
only
is my stomach. So
well, that's vegetarian right there.
Wonderful.
yeah.
What do you order?
Well,
Well,
What do you
I'm drinking my favorite French water, Evian, with
Evian?
everyone.
apple.
We get.
The best. The best. All
So
right.
Sandeep, you were asking me something like Rafa is vegetarian and then me, what?
So what do you order when you go to an Indian restaurant?
Uh, all
Well, if I if
vegetarian,
I
all
if I
vegetarian, all
found
vegan.
if I found something good, of course I like anything with curry. But they have, I forgot the name. I think it's called Nam.
None.
Naan,
The
yes.
bread, none. None bread.
I love Nam. Yes, I
Yes.
love carbs. Kill me. That's the reason I exercise every day. Not because I like to exercise, because I eat so much. So I need to try to keep this beautiful bear figure.
Your figure. Well, actually, yesterday for dinner, I had processed Indian food. I didn't have any time to cook. So I went to the
Mm,
store and I bought this prepackaged Indian meals. I mean, they're very good. And also I cooked some basmati rice. That's what I had for dinner.
mm.
Yeah. But it's
You're
not the
vegan.
same. It's not the same as if you were to go to an Indian restaurant and they actually cook it. The taste is
Nothing,
not the same. No.
nothing is better than you cooking yourself because that's the fresh food that you get. But what do you eat when you go to an Indian restaurant?
What I
Because
eat?
you have a difficult life. You're a vegan.
No, being vegan in America is not difficult because there's so many vegan options now. Any restaurant you go, you can customize a dish to be vegan. Yeah, all you need to do, yeah, is remove the meat, all the animal products like milk, eggs, and I'm fine. Yeah. Because for some reason people have this misconception that, oh, you're vegan, then you must be starving all the time. Well, that's not true. Yeah, that's not true at all. There's so many, many
Andrea Mesa
options.
is vegan.
Huh?
Andrea Mesa is vegan.
Yeah. Well,
I'm a vegetarian, so I don't eat meat or fish and egg.
yeah. Yeah, you should.
But
Okay, people out there who are not vegetarians or vegan, try being a vegan or vegetarian for at least 3 weeks. After
Mhm.
that, you will feel so much better. Okay, and you will lose. Obviously, you will lose some weight, but it's just an amazing feeling. I mean, I've been vegan for like 25 years, so yeah, this is how I
But the
maintain my
best part
youth.
about it, the best part about it is that I love cheese. That's
Well,
something
there's
that
some
I
vegan.
love.
There's some vegan cheese now, baby.
I love extra sharp cheddar cheese. I love fish, of course.
When you come visit me in my house,
Uh-huh.
you're gonna have to eat anything that I cook because all is vegan.
Oh, perfect. Count me in. My
You're gonna
stomach
lose
is not
you're gonna lose at least like 5 pounds
perfect, so I'm
after
gonna
a week
visit
of
you every
visits.
month.
Am I
I want
invited?
to
Am I
say,
invited?
Huh?
Am I
yes, you're
invited?
invited.
Of course, everyone is invited.
Um,
Anyone who follows me on my social platform is invited. Anyone who has not sent me any hate messages is
is
invited.
invited.
Yeah, because
Uh,
I saved all the hate messages that I received. Okay, just to let
oh,
you know.
I love them. For people that doesn't know, I love them because Rafa knows how to feel me because he know I have no filter. And when he sent me messages about hate comments, I just it's like a gift from baby Jesus. It's like finally I made it. People doesn't realize if they don't talk about you good or bad, especially if they bash you through in this network, then you haven't made it. But once they bash you, you feel like you know what? Thank you. Keep it
Yeah.
coming. Keep it coming.
Yes, exactly. It's good. It's good for the engagement too, you know. So I
And,
really don't mind receiving hate messages. It's good for the
and you know
engagement.
what? You know what? Nowadays, I have kind of become the translator. I don't swear. I don't abuse. I have a policy of not abusing. You'll hardly hear me using the F word. And Rafa
Uh,
sends these messages where Indian people are abusing him in Hindi, and then I translate it to him, and then he gives it back to them.
By the way, people, by the way, okay, so Sandeep, I sent you that video made by this Indian page, a very nasty video of me. Okay, they used my image side by
Okay.
side, and there's this Indian woman. I did not understand what she was saying, so I asked Sandeep to translate it for me. So,
It was disgusting.
yes, but you know what? I'm gonna post it anyway, just to shame that page. All right, so people will to see.
I believe
This,
that if you guys are gonna use
this is a a
the
mistake.
videos,
She's actually shameless. So you actually shaming her won't actually serve your purpose. You're actually giving her 10,000 more followers
You think?
interesting.
because she is shameless. The what she is doing is disgusting, right? So there's no
Okay.
point.
All right.
So I have a policy. I never read the comment section. Never. Very rarely you would see me reading the comment section or commenting. Why?
Wow.
Because it's
Yeah, I mean, your powers of self-restraint is just amazing. I
because
can't. I have to read everything.
but I do get where you're coming from. I mean, if my a lot of my friends did actually tell me I should start a podcasting business. I said there's only one condition on which I can do that, that there would not be any commenting section, right? Remove it. If
Oh,
anybody who wants
you
to
mean turn it
comment,
off? Disable the comment
yes, turn
section.
it. Yeah, disable it. Not allowed. If you really want to comment, go to the post office, get a postcard, put in a stamp, put it in a post box,
Do it the
make some
old-fashioned
effort.
way.
Yes, at least put in some effort.
Yeah.
All right. I'm putting in a lot of effort. You should also put in some effort. I really want you to go to the post box and put it. Or
And
get
there's
pay someone put it.
not only that, but the postcard or the letter has to have a return address with your real name, not a fake identity or a fake account.
Mhm.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it is funny because people are taking you for granted. Earlier, you see, the moment you're out in the world, you're fine. But the moment you come into the comfort of your house, you're secure from all the abuses and all the negativity in your sacred
Mhm.
space. Because of the advent of technology and social media, the hate and the torture comes into your bedroom, right? Even at 12
True.
o'clock at 1 o'clock at night. And that's not very good for your mental health. All
Hmm.
right. So if I ever be on a so if I ever go on in any public platform, people would not actually like it.
Oh,
Uh-oh, he fell.
he
Comment
froze.
section. Pay money,
Okay.
have
Okay.
some voice.
All right. So
Yep.
for a minute we
Yeah.
lost you 'cause you
Because
froze.
you guys are at the receiving, you guys are at the receiving end. You guys are at the receiving end, right?
We are the
And
receiving
Mm-hmm.
the
end,
social
yes.
media, and this should be one of the topics of discussion in future, how we can actually, get rid of all
Yes.
these negative.
But see, you cannot see if let's say, if people send me like messages or comments that are false, I have to respond. I have to correct them. You just cannot
Mm-hmm.
let it be like that. Otherwise, it'll fester. It'll grow to be the truth. I mean, that's why I need to comment and say something about it. Okay. But you know, with hate messages from trolls, I'm much more very selective. I mean, you know, I mean, every time I receive a hate message from a troll, I post it on my stories on Instagram, so for the whole world to see, because they're also anonymous anyway, correct? So, all right, we're gonna let Noemi in because she okay, she's right here. Meanwhile, I heard a rumor that Miss World is coming back to India. I hope it's in Kerala.
I hope it's back to India. They're doing a good job. I
Well,
wanted to say
If Kerala has the money and the effort and the manpower, sure, why not?
I
Why
want to
not?
say hi to my sister and my niece. She's in the hospital right now having study done. It's been
So
almost a week
sorry.
now, so I want to say love to my beautiful niece. I love you, my beautiful Blackpink, because she loves Blackpink from that group, pop group Blackpink. So we love it. So I love you so much. Hi,
Aw.
Michelle. So love you, love you, love you, love you. And now the Queen of Queens has
Has
entered the
entered the
room.
room.
Your Majesty,
Bow to Miss
the
Vampire
one, the
Universe,
original, the OG, the one that nobody can mess with, Miss Noemi.
Miss Grand Humacao,
There you go.
Hi, Naomi.
Miss Universe Aguadilla.
Aguadilla.
And the
Hi.
OG, nobody forget it, the OG, the one that broke Cuba in the map and gave Cuba the first and one and only
That's
important,
right.
relevant crown through Liz Garcia, Miss Grand International 2014.
That's right.
Eat it.
That's
Hello.
right.
Hi. Sorry I'm late. My sofa came in. I ordered a sofa and I didn't expect it to arrive today. And then when I opened the door to take my dog out, I had three big boxes literally at my front door. And I was like, oh my God. So yeah, this
So
is
you
when
open
you're
them?
like, yeah, I haven't opened that's gonna be my
Okay.
project for tomorrow. I'll
Okay.
deal with that tomorrow. But yeah, my new sofa, I'm excited.
Ooh, is it made in China?
Yeah. I got it before the tariffs.
We call
I
it the
got it
cheap
before the
seat of peace.
tariffs.
Did you get it from Timu?
I can't.
No Timo,
No
actually.
Timu.
It was actually Amazon, but it did come from China.
All
So
right.
sorry, Trump.
Yeah. But you know what? I don't feel guilty about the high tariffs because way back then in the 1980s and 1980s, China imposed high tariffs on the US. So now it's payback
Mhm.
time, baby. That's what I was saying. That's all I'm going to say.
Well,
Tariffs.
I
stop
don't care.
messing
I
with
just
my
want to be.
Timu.
Yeah, but
I
everybody
just
loves
don't want
Timu. I like
nobody to
Timu.
mess with my stuff.
Yeah.
Before we continue, I want to read some of the comments here. Good morning, Edelman. Hi, how are you? I think SEA country stands for South. Oh, okay, Southeast Asian country. But that makes sense. Jonathan says, Rafa, can we please talk about the double standard that Miss Universe has on full display with their new Telemundo show? It's not a secret that Latinas have and will continue to dominate at Miss Universe. It's not fair. I don't know.
I don't think
I
so. I
don't
don't
think
think Latinos
so.
are dominating at
No.
all anymore.
If you guys have been having observing like the last 6 months or 8 months, it's Southeast Asian girls that are winning all these
Exactly.
titles. It doesn't
Hmm.
Yeah,
matter. It
the
doesn't matter if they're minor or major. It's Southeast Asia. It's really SEA power. Latinas nowhere, none.
None.
So the world is changing.
Hmm.
Um, vegan Rachel Gupta will flourish in the US. Yes, she will. Rachel Gupta is vegetarian. I'm not so sure if she's vegan, but you know,
Hmm.
we'll see. Hello, Stephen. How are you? Beauty Asian Queens. I live in Vegan Ilocos in northern Philippines. I've never been there, but I heard it's beautiful. It's very historic. Um, yeah. Oh, Rafa Delphin, in Tagalog, ang ating kaibigan. The Tagalog word for friend is kaibigan, but here he uses a word play, kai vegan, Vegan. That's cute. I like that. I like that. Life has vegan. Oh, okay, good. Spitting banana is pageants in India doing good, like in the 1990s? Is it a good business? Bulkaan. We talked about it. Do you remember when
Hmm.
Miss Femina India used to hold all the franchises in India? India was amazing. India participated very well in world pageants.
Hmm.
But now, because of the fracture, different owners, different pageants, you know. All right. Since we're going to talk about Miss Universe first, all right, can we talk about the main issue, Kun Ann Jakrajutatip
She is the
stepping
issue.
down from JKN Global as the CEO, but according to the Miss
But
Universe organization, they published an announcement like yesterday affirming that she remains as the CEO of Miss Universe organization. Can I just say one thing to all these other pageant bloggers out there who jump into conclusion that Anne was totally officially out of Miss Universe? Why do you people do that? Why don't you do your research? Okay. Do not jump into conclusions just because you read an article from another page, from another site. You spread this false rumor that she has been demoted or she has been removed entirely from Miss Universe. Don't ever do that, people. You're spreading fake news. Okay. So be do some diligence, have some diligent researching. So that's why I have to wait like a couple of days to confirm. Unless the Miss Universe organization says so, okay, I don't believe anything what all these other pageant pages are saying, like Missology, Sash Factor, and all the other pageant bloggers out there, whatever. Anyway, moving on. But
I think that the thing is like people just hear one thing. Oh, and for every viewer, just remember every comment that we say is allegedly or alleged, so you cannot sue us. So with that being
yeah,
said, we can continue to
disclaimer,
say this is our
disclaimer.
disclaimer.
Yes,
So this is the thing, like people doesn't do research, like, but I feel through this platform, through critical beauty, some of us have been saying things since last year that are coming into reality. I've been saying that I feel that the final goal is for Nawat to literally take over and replace Titi and
yeah,
everything is stacking like that. Like technically, for what I believe, if the final goal is gonna be Nawat being the owner of Miss Universe and Miss Grand.
yes. That's what a
That
lot
is
of
the
people,
reason.
yeah, that's what a lot of people are thinking that eventually Nawat will take over Miss Universe, you know.
And that is the reason when he did that speech months ago when they offered him the directorship of Miss Universe Thailand, he was like, Miss Universe, don't copy Miss Universe. Miss Universe is like this, Miss Grand is like this. And I'm like, uh-huh. Because now what is a person of business?
Yes,
He
it's all
is
about
he is
money.
not gonna join someone that technically gave him the inspiration. For those that doesn't know and they
Yes.
don't do the research, because they refused him in the past with the Miss Universe organization. That's how
Mhm.
Miss Grand International happened because of that. So after 10
Exactly.
plus years later of Miss Grand being on the spotlight, then they reached out to a man that business wise in Thailand is doing pretty good production wise when
Yeah,
it comes to
yeah,
projects.
I hate to say it, but I think Nawat is saving Miss Universe. He
Hmm.
is. I mean, go figure. Okay, MGI has been what, a public company for almost 3 years. Miss Universe is still not a public company, so you can't buy any shares or stocks.
Hmm.
Whereas with
Hmm.
MGI, you can. And I think Sandeep the other day he sent me the PDF version. There was like, God, how many pages? Like 40 pages of the last shareholders meeting of MGI company. And I was amazed by all these figures. MGI company is making tons of money.
Yes, it
And
is.
Nawat and Teresa didn't have to attend the shareholders meetings because they're not required. And they had people to do that for them. But I was just amazed. When is Miss Universe going to release their shareholder, well, actually not shareholders, but their finances? They never will. They never will. Because they're in debt, basically.
because the thing is like we've been saying it that in the money, the market, the PR powerhouse is in Asia, as key countries in Asia found the f- found the formula on how to shine. Out of the southern Filipinas waked up and start placing in Miss Universe.
Yes.
Then you see Thailand out of the southern, boom, start placing.
Yeah.
Vietnam start
Yeah.
placing. You know, because the only
Thailand and Vietnam are the two main countries right now
mhm.
that are holding
And
pageants.
because in before all these magic formula found whatever from Asia, the Asian country that was the powerhouse was India when they have all the pageants together
Yeah.
through Femina India. India was a powerhouse. I remember that in the 90s, India was one of those names that you would put them already in your top 10
Yeah.
without even knowing who was the
Right
candidate.
away. You knew right away that India was going to make it without
Exactly.
second guessing.
So right now, and this is something that powerhouses in Latin America need to learn. You need to switch the formula. You need to upgrade. You need to get out from the 80s, 90s, beginning of 2000 bucks and continue growing because that's what is key countries in Asia are doing. And
Mhm.
number two, use something that works for you. What
Mhm.
works for Asia doesn't work for Latinos
Right.
and vice versa.
Yes. All right. So going back to the issue of Anne staying in Miss Universe, are you guys happy? I have to say, I can't say I'm happy, but I'm content that she's staying because I think her presence in Miss Universe, in a way, I mean, not to mention the controversy, surrounding her, in a way is significant from a symbolic perspective. Okay. She may not necessarily, responsible for all the franchises, and all the transactions going on. It's somebody else. It's Mario Bucaro, who is the VP of global franchises, operations and stuff. But I think the fact that she's still present, people will want to go to Thailand for Miss Universe and still will want to meet with her in person, face to face. I bet you, right? I don't know. What do you feel?
No,
How do you feel? What do you feel about Anne staying?
well, let me put. So I've been following Miss Universe since 1994, and we have seen the transition from Paramount inclusive to Donald Trump, from Donald Trump to WME-IMG, right? And from WME-IMG to the JK Ann era. You,
JVN, yeah.
but we have never seen such kind of a chaos in transition and such kind of criticism. And let's forget the Donald Trump era, but the WME-IMG era was still during the social media age, right? The kind of okay, the winner is the celebrity, is the face of the brand, not the owners. Donald Trump being the loudmouth was also never the face of the brand. It was always
Mhm.
the winner.
Mm-hmm.
Winner was spoken about, right? Even during the WME-IMG. But ever since the Thai owners have come into picture, it's the owners who are the headlines and
They're
the
taking
winners are
center
somewhere at the
stage.
back.
Yeah. Hmm.
It doesn't make any sense to me. You see, any kind of criticism is not gracefully addressed. Too much of a well, controversies are always there. It's a global organization, so as many mouths are there, that many criticisms and opinions will be there. Understandable, but there is a way to build up a consensus and a brand, right?
Hmm.
I'm firmly of the opinion there's dignity in silence. Sometimes silence is needed just to keep the calm, and I don't find that as a calming factor in the present ownership of the organization. Do I want her to stay? I don't know. Do I want her to go? I don't know. But the thing is that I would prefer some kind of a steady steering of the ship, right? Because it's a 70, almost a 75-year-old legacy, right? And you have to uphold those time-honored tradition of uplifting women. You still
Hmm.
want to uplift women, but then you cannot uplift women by actually bringing them down. A. Also, I do not find the difference between what they say and what they do. You see, the best show ever, the best production ever, this, that, that. But it doesn't really translate into action, right? You
Yes.
see, when
Yeah.
during the
Well,
during the
Mexico is a proof of that.
Yeah.
Mexico
Yeah,
as well as the
they were building it up. They were building up Mexico to, as you know, as going to be an amazing production. But when I went there, I was like horribly disappointed. It was like the worst production ever. You
okay.
know?
So if you break it down, prima facie and foremost, it's a television show, all right? And it's the final night that matters, the final night's production. WME IMG had their own set of issues, right? But under any circumstances, the final production was always top notch. We never complained until the last edition of WME IMG, with
Mhm.
the exception of the COVID Andrea Meza 2020 year, right? The production was good. Most people don't even bother about what's happening behind the scenes. And the final show gives you the viewership, the money, and the advertising, right? That brings in the money, the publicity. But when you come to the JKN era, the final productions are lackluster. It's boring. It lacks dynamism, right? It's no
Yeah,
longer
100%.
entertaining. I'm just bothered about those two
Yeah.
hours or 3 hours of event, right?
Mhm.
It doesn't really translate into that. More than that, it's been a problem since the uh, towards the end of the WME IMG era as well as the JKN era. The relentless pursuit of women empowerment. They just go on and on and on in the year, all throughout the show. Listen, it's
Now
about
we
the
know it's
girl.
a lie.
Well, well, you see, they were there. Now it's here, right? Earlier they were empowering women, right? And now it's here. Also, how do you empower women? You see, you empower women by giving her money. You're giving her a voice.
No, respect. Simple.
No respect.
Money is great, but I think respect and dignity is far more important than money, which is lacking right now in actually both organizations. So,
Yeah, yeah, quite right.
yeah.
Respect, you see, respect is like your sleep. Someday you have good sleep, someday you have a bad sleep. It's like your hair. Someday you have a good hair day, and someday you have a bad hair day, right? But on the whole, at least you
Hey,
respect.
just wear a bandana like me. I'm having a bad hair day.
You
Look at
see,
Wilfredo.
but if you see if you give them money because you really don't know how those girls are what
Oops,
What
Oh,
happened? We lost him.
we
his
lost him.
connection.
Oh, his connection. Uh, okay, well, waiting
Yeah.
for him to come back, reading some of the comments. Uh, Dorothy. Hi, Dorothy. How are you? Hey, Noemi. The pretty Noemi turning me gay.
Oh, oh, oh. Uh, where is that? I need to screenshot that because
Navid says,
No need.
Noemi, beauty forever.
did I miss out on
Noemi,
something?
they want to know your beauty secrets, I guess.
she's
I'm
a
telling you,
vampire.
she's a
Beauty.
vampire. She drinks blood, okay?
I do. I am a vampire.
She's a vampire. Can't you
Mm.
tell? Navid says, Anne will surely take airtime at Miss Universe telecast and speak if ever she wanted to. Of course, like, hello, universe. Hello, universe. That's, I'm going to miss. All right. Her hello, universe. That because that's her trademark. Okay. Splitting banana, the tariff things. Trump learned it from his Miss Universe franchise face. Yup. Wepato, banana, I am dead. You people and your banana jokes. What's up with that, people? And resigned from the JKN group, not MEO. Yep, that's right, Jonathan.
hmm
Dorothy says beauty pageants need to explore soon new models of ownership and revenue generation. Pageantry is an elegant animal of advocacy, beauty, and business. Yeah, bring take it back to the basics where it used to be.
hmm
Okay.
But
And
what
you know
people
what?
are forgetting is that this organization is very new, and none of these people that are in this organization have been part of pageantry. That's another thing.
Yeah.
So when you don't have that experience, prior experience, you're kind of learning as you go. And I think that's the situation that is happening with this new organization, that they're learning as they go, and that's why there's so many mistakes in regards to production and all, everything that is going on. Do I like the controversy? Do I like the drama that is? I don't like it. It's very tiring. It's too much. It's way too much.
Not me.
Well, I mean, for you guys, but I mean, if for directors like us that are in the industry, this causes problems for us getting girls to compete because they see all of this drama and they don't want to compete. They don't want to be part of it. They think all the pageants are the same. They're going to be treated badly. They're going to be this, they're going to be that. And you have to convince them otherwise, that it is not like that. Everybody has their own experience, their own, you know, with the whole Rachel thing, that's her own experience, and nobody, none of the other girls that won prior to her had that experience. So they could only support her to a certain point, right? Because she has her
Well,
right to speak.
Anaya Garcia, the one who was dethroned in
Well,
20. She
we're
doesn't
not talking
count.
about her. Why are you giving her like why girl?
All right,
She
fine.
don't exist.
Drop
It's
Anaya.
it was Australia that took over and finished the job, same as Philippines that is going to be doing this. But in regards to Miss Universe, going back to Miss Universe, it is a kind of like learning as they go. I think bringing in this guy from Telemundo is going to give him a little more of experience in regards to production because he comes from that background. He worked in Telemundo for all these years. He works in production, so that's going to add value to the Miss
Miss
Universe
Universe.
organization.
Mhm.
Um, do I think that Anne should stay or leave? Honestly, it
What's
doesn't
the
really
point?
matter to me because honestly, I don't see her. I don't see her in a position like I saw
Ronald Day.
Paula.
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 Paula. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Paula was in the trenches, okay? Paula was
Mm-hmm.
always constantly working. I don't see that with her. Maybe now that she doesn't have her other company, now she'll might have more time to dedicate to Miss Universe and be a little more active in Miss Universe. But again, I feel like this organization does not have enough people. Not I mean, they have way too many people. What I'm saying is
Not enough
people
competent
with
people.
experience.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what is lacking in this organization. People with experience that know the pageantry, that knows the business, and knows how to, because we're living in a totally different era. Okay, everything is
Mhm.
technology, is social media, and we have to go towards that. That is what it's selling. That is what the world is using right now to promote, to market, to sell a brand. And we need to get, they need to hire either these new millennials that are using technology and put them to work and have them start promoting and updating social media and get them involved because not, the older crowd does not have time or doesn't have the, not time, but just the patience, okay, to be sitting down and tweeting and posting and all that stuff because that does take time. It really takes time. I do it
Mm-hmm.
myself and I get so frustrated because I'm like, I spent half an hour, posting a freaking post on social media, and I feel my life just like I could have done something else. But again, going, with Universe, I think that is what is lacking. The fact that sponsorship, they need stronger alliances in regards to brands that support the organization long term, not only just for that year, but long term. We had Chi for many years. We had
Mm-hmm.
other brands that were with
Chinese laundry, remember that?
right Chinese
Mm-hmm.
laundry
Shoes.
that supplied the shoes.
Sherry Hill, the gowns, the
Sherry
dresses.
Hill,
Yeah.
long-term relationships in regards to marketing and sponsorships. I think that is lacking as well.
Mhm.
Um, I think they should concentrate in that because again, we yes, the girl needs money to move around to be motivated because the girl is not going to leave what she's doing for a whole year and not generate revenue for their
The company. Yeah.
basic needs or the company or
Yeah.
so it's just again, I really don't care if she stays or goes. I really don't
So
see what
you're very
she's really.
you're indifferent. It
I'm
doesn't.
indifferent, honestly.
I have a different.
Another thing is, I don't
Sorry.
like the fact that Okay, Miss Universe is the face of the brand, and it should always be that way. You never saw Paula out and about unless when
No.
she needed to say something. And the rest of the whole, Miss Universe staff was always in the background. And I feel like that should always be that way.
Hmm.
But,
Agree. Totally agree. Totally agree.
you know,
If may I say something, this is something that I don't know. Hopefully nobody attack me, but this is something that I've been finding kind of in common. And I don't want to say that all Asians are like that. Please don't put me on that boat. But one thing that I noticed, especially from Thai, like Nawat and Kunam, and Stephen from Miss International, is like they want to be the show. When you are a director, when you are a coach, when you are in a position of management that you need to market your protege, your product, you stay behind the scene because your image is going to shine through them. And
Hmm.
one thing that you see, and we all know Donald Trump as a businessman with Miss Universe, he wasn't the spotlight all the time. Very minimal, almost nothing.
Very minimal.
Everything was through the girl because he knew that he needs to promote the product to get the money.
Hmm.
So one of the things that I noticed with Nawat, with his short temper and saying things like that, and being there, Kunam wants to be the star of the show because God forgive me what I'm gonna say. She just wanted to be Miss Universe, and because she wasn't, now she wants to feel like she's Miss Universe 24/7, and she's not. Stephen, when he do his live, he's very disrespectful, and I don't see Miss International doing a live. It's just always him doing answers and being so arrogant. Things like that diminish the brand. Things like that prevent people to compete.
Right.
And if I want to Kunan to stay, I think the only thing that, and I'm gonna say it, if Kunan leave, all the these
All the
rules
Filipino
of
fans will panic.
all this
Filipinos love
inclusiveness will
her.
go out. I
Yeah.
think that if she leaves with her completely, is going to leave all the inclusiveness, open age, all that crappity crap, and it's maybe go back to what it's supposed to be, the era of Miss Universe. I mean,
That,
you
you know
don't
what?
see.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? That's one of the things that I've been
Mhm.
I'm thinking about. What if they totally eliminate Conan and then impose and then return the old rules, the regulations.
Mhm.
No more inclusivity. Go back to
Mhm.
ages of 18 to 28. No married women, no
Mhm.
divorced women, no pregnant, whatever, etc. Bring back the good old days.
Exactly, because that's another thing. They're losing. They cry, oh, why we don't have sponsors? Because the sponsors or the people that have the money to support you, they don't want to deal with you anymore
They
because
don't, yeah, because their values don't align with yours anymore.
exactly,
Yeah.
plain and simple. It's like Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret literally stopped doing fashion shows because they didn't want to be forced to the inclusiveness.
To accept fat models.
mhm.
Exactly. When they came back this year, they came back on their own terms and
Hmm.
looks amazing. And that's one of the things. You can be part of the modeling world and pageant world and inclusiveness, with, but you need to do it on your own terms, not to be forced. Because again, as we said it before, we have pageants for anything and everything. Because if I decide to go to, as a man, if I decide to go to a pageant that they don't accept biological man, but if I was a trans woman competing, I mean, if a born woman goes to a transgender pageant, they will say no. So again, I believe in inclusiveness to a certain extent, but I think that you know we have a saying in Spanish, "zapatero para su zapato," which means like whoever made the shoes, something like that. I cannot
Yeah.
translate it in
In
English,
English, it
but
means stay in your lane.
exactly something like that. I mean, and again, I don't want to be a. Honestly, yes, I want to be that because I want people to
All right, people, what
criticize
do you
me.
think?
I'm
People who are
loving it.
watching, people who are woke and
But
liberal, viewers who are woke and liberal. Okay. Let me know what your thoughts are.
yeah, I mean,
Yes. Hold on,
You
let
won
me.
Miss University? Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Uh, oh, look, our good friend Nazarene. Nazarene from Malaysia, 40 donated $44.90. Hello, beautiful critical panels. Hello, Miss Noemi. Oh, more tea today. LOL. Thank you, Nazarene. I appreciate your donation. God bless you and your loved ones. Love you. Malaysia. I love Malaysia. I love Malaysian girls. I just interviewed Miss Supranational Malaysia a few days ago.
Hmm.
You guys are doing well. Eventually, one of these days,
Beautiful.
Malaysia will win a major crown. I bet you. I guarantee you. Okay. Sandip is preaching. Yeah. I think I'm very happy that Sandip is now part of the panel, of the Critical Beauty panel, because he gives a very fresh and enlightening perspective. Okay. You may sound sometimes very serious, but I like it. Because while all three of us talk nonsense sometimes, and sometimes our thoughts are all over the place, but you speak with so much clarity and so much consistency and direction that is very, very refreshing. So
Thank you
we
so
we
much.
appreciate your presence in our panel. All right,
Thank you
people,
so much. And the
please
belief.
follow Sandeep. Okay, if you have the chance, Sandeep Sahal on Instagram. All right.
Thank you.
Jonathan.
We need to follow each other, Sandy.
Yes,
This
I
is
sent you all
unacceptable.
the
Where's
links.
Mr. Critical Beauty? Antonia is not he's doing something else. He's not really following Miss Grand, or he hates Miss Grand. He hates Miss Grand, really. He follows Miss World and Miss Supranational. Jonathan, Rafa, I know that this is off topic, but please, what can you tell us about Miss USA? This new organization is just trash and feel incredibly sad for the ladies competing. What do you know? All right, all right, I think we talked about this last time. The new director for South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama, and Louisiana
Hmm.
is Miss Universe Guyana 2024, Ariana Blaze. She is the new state director for those four states. And a former Miss Georgia USA 2016, who was second runner-up in Miss USA 2016, Imani Davis. She is the new state director for District of Columbia. She was also Miss Earth Air 2019. So go figure. All these former beauty queens are now state directors. Go figure. All right. I mean, it's a chat. That's all I know from now for the time being. We don't have any dates for Miss Universe, for Miss USA finals and Miss Teen USA. All I know are the two former Miss USA and Miss Teen USA who resigned 2 years ago, Noelia Voigt and Uma Sophia, whatever her last name is. They're now working with the
Hmm.
new pageant, Miss All American, which is debuting in late July and is going to take place in Charleston, South Carolina.
And
So,
you know why?
Wilfredo, are you going there? Are you attending Miss All American debut pageant?
Of course, I need to go and see my friend Paula. I
There
need
you
to see
go.
Paula again, and I need to see
Noelia is
Paula
going to
Myers,
be there.
and
Noelia and Uma
I
Sophia.
work with Noelia and Uma through Fashion Week, so I cannot wait to see them again. And I'm gonna hopefully I can see both Paula Sugar, Paula Myers, because she was the former director
Yes,
for
of
the four
course.
states
Yeah.
that you mentioned,
Hmm.
and I think they're gonna do a good job. I
Oh, they
think
will.
that I don't know. I've seen these new directors coming. Some of them are former pageant queens, and I don't know. This is it's kind of tricky. Not all pageant queens, not all supermodels X or Y are good to be leaders or mentors or teachers.
Yes.
In order to be a director, number one, you need to have some either management or leadership experience. Just because you were a pageant queen, that doesn't make you an amazing director. It's been proven in history that not all of them can be that. Because
Hmm.
sadly to say, some of them forgot or they still thinking that they need to be in the spotlight when in reality, you already passed your crown centuries ago. Stay in your coffin, let your protege make your company shine. I believe that people that hold licenses, in my opinion, either need to have experience because when you see a bunch of pageant queens being directors, it's just a cat fight. It's
Oh,
the
for
fight
sure.
of the which queen can be the best queen into competition
I'm telling you,
instead of which side,
it's
you know.
all about ego. It's all about the
Mm-hmm.
ego. You know,
But
that
it's also
I'm gonna
about
take this
money.
franchise so I can brag about it to my friends and my family. Now I'm the new state director now. Woohoo! Woohoo! You know.
But you know what? Also, what I'm trying to understand is why is it that it's happening more and more as the time progresses? Because earlier, if you look at the main organizations, let's say Miss Universe, Miss World, and Miss International, the big three, they would have their own companies, right? And then Miss Universe, Miss World, or Miss International would be their charitable wing, all right? They put in their money, they put up a budget, let's say I give them $1 million or $2 million, and that's your budget to work for the entire year. And that becomes the publicity wing for our company, a soft publicity wing, right? Now these guys are making into a profitable corporation. There lies a problem. You see, I sent you the minutes of the meeting of Nawaz's company, and you say
Hmm.
that, and we saw that he's making 16 crore rupees
Hmm.
if you translate it into Indian money per year. You see, which is fine. You can make money, but you also have companies. Why do you have to make it a profitable organization? As long as the expenses are being met, you're having a surplus, it's well and good. But you see, just
Hmm.
because you have an ambition to make that marginal money, it's putting a lot of pressure down the line also on a lot of people. And you see, when you do charity, you give, you don't take, right?
Right.
Here, he's the person who's just grabbing, grabbing, grabbing money. So the flaw is in the concept itself, as I see it now. You
Hmm.
have big conglomerates, right? He's a big company. You can put in some money and do the charity through Miss Grand International and let the work speaks for itself, right? That's how I would have preferred it, the good
Yeah.
old way.
Hmm.
Not in
So
that.
yeah, I think, well, speaking of charity, usually Miss Universe has all these charitable alliances, at least, under IMG and even under Trump, they were partnered with all these wonderful charitable
Yeah.
alliances. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
so sure that's the case now still.
Mm-mm.
No.
MGI, I've never heard of MGI partnering with a charitable organization. Have you?
Okay. 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 We have an expert. I think Naomi, hi. We haven't been introduced to
Oh,
each
I'm
other.
Hi.
sorry. Apologize. Noemi, Sandip, Noemi.
Yeah.
I'm from Calcutta, India.
Where are my manners?
And you're from
Sheng
I
Sheng.
live actually in Las Vegas, but I'm originally from Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. Okay. There's too much of a Puerto Rico dominance here.
Girl, don't lie. You were born in New York. Okay.
Well, I
It's
was
okay.
born in New York, but
Puerto-
I did the reverse migration
Nice. So I gather that you are also the director of Miss
of
Grand Puerto
Cuba.
Rico, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cuba, Cuba.
And
And
Miss
one of
Cosmo
your
Cuba and Miss International Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
felicitaciones.
Thank you.
So,
So she's
And
so
going she's
Cosmos,
going to
don't forget
Vietnam
she's
for
the
Miss
she's the
Cosmo.
president. She's the president that has the license for Cosmos.
That's
that's
right.
nice.
Yeah, that's
That's
right.
nice. So we have the source of information of what Miss Grant actually does, and she's also given a winner. So can you tell us in that 1 year since your contestant, I think Anna Garcia, right, was
And
the winner?
No,
Garcia.
Liz
No,
Garcia.
least.
Gar-
Liz.
Liz
Least.
Garcia. Liz Garcia. How much charitable work did she do in her entire year? She was there from the winning to handing over her crown. What did she
So
do? Like,
she did a lot. She did a lot with the organization, and plus she did a lot on her own.
mhm.
Um, so you do have, when you win, you do have the liberty. I mean, MGI gives you the liberty to do any charitable works that you are involved in prior to winning the pageant. So Lee's was involved in a few organizations in Tampa, Florida, which when she came after she won, and I think she had 3 months of vacation that she came back after the pageant. And she worked in, did charitable, events and stuff like that. And then she went back to Thailand, and then she went to South Sudan. She went to, I think all 6 countries that she visited were all charitable events.
Didn't
They
she go
weren't
to didn't she go to Kurdistan, that region?
Kurdistan in that
Kurdistan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kyrgyzstan. She went to
Occupies
Kyrgyzstan.
4 countries. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's I think it was a total of 6 countries that she traveled that year.
Okay.
And all
Countries in
were
12 months.
charitable.
Six
All
countries
were
in 12
charitable.
months.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And
That's
That,
not
that's,
too
that's
remember,
bad.
this was in the beginning. So
Yeah.
it was
The second year,
um
right?
it was the second
Hmm.
year,
Second year.
exactly. It was the second year. So we can't really compare how much, like, Peru, this recent queen from Peru, she traveled everywhere. But she traveled everywhere because she lived mainly in Miami. She was barely in Thailand during her crowning, her year of Miss Grant. That's what a lot of people don't realize. She was mainly staying in Miami. So that's why she was able to go to all of these other pageants in South America, because she was already in Miami, and it makes, it's easier to fly out of Miami to go to South
True.
America. So, and Jessica Newton, her director, also had her doing a lot of, other events as well. So it wasn't all IMG.
right.
Um,
Yes.
but
MGI.
again, you're also, I, what? MGI. Sorry.
You say IMG.
IMG.
IMG, I'm sorry, MGI. So you do have that liberty, and you make your brain, you have the right, you have the control of making whatever you want your brain to be during that year.
Which is fine, which is fine. That's
Hmm.
what I'm because I'm sitting idle. My question was directly from Miss Grand International Organization.
Hmm.
How much was the work given to us was officially given to her, right?
It
How
was
much?
6 countries. Yeah, the 6 countries that she visited were charitable, so it was
That's in
six. Hmm.
365 days. Now you
Yeah.
understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
See,
Hmm.
Hmm.
in 365 days, you contract a woman to be a part of your organization, and you do a lot of hula bula, and then you kind of make it a high profile publicity stunt. But at the end of the day, substance is just 6 countries that you visit. I mean, at the end of the day, all you can do is just send, like Naomi was saying, the girl is more efficient to get her own job done rather than the job coming from Nawad, right?
Hmm.
You getting what I'm trying to say? It
Yeah,
would be
but
Well,
the
very
thing,
but but
Yeah, but
but it
then
has
that
it has
was
to be
2000,
authorized
and
though. It has to be authorized.
it
no,
It
no,
has
no,
to
no,
be
no, no.
if
authorized,
it states in
exactly.
the contract that you have to do these, that you're not allowed to accept work, without notifying us
That's not the
first.
question. That's not the question right now. Let's take the question step by step, right? Because this conversation is going to overlap with our next topic, with the
Hmm.
register and the contract, the signing of the contract and breaking of the contract, right? You see, all these girls who are actually participating in this contest are not one of those girls who want to sit idle at home. They are hardworking, ambitious girls. They've put in a lot of money, they've put in a lot of hard work, and they want to to make a difference in life, in their life, and if possible, in society. Right? Winning that title is one of the epitome, the best thing that they can actually achieve. With it comes the prize money, with it comes fame, right? And the reason why you want to have that fame is that you can either you can use it for two purposes: make money for yourself or give a voice to your cause, right?
Right.
Now you're being compelled to sign a contract in duress. We all know how these contracts are signed, right? Even I've been a part of, I'm a businessman and I work for big corporates. When we sign contracts, you sign these contracts, you sign, these are our standard formats. You have to sign it. We'll give you one day, you take 2 days, but at the end of the day, this is what you got to sign. Otherwise, you'll give the contract to someone else. These poor
Hmm.
girls, no experience in their life, who've just stepped out of, their college and high school. What negotiating power do these girls have? They hardly have any. They sign it, and then boom, you are constricted by a contract. Right? Now, fine, you are under a contract. I understand that. What happens then? You're supposed to give them money and you're supposed to give them job. These girls don't like to be, I'm a hardworking guy. You are a hardworking guy. I've seen you. You don't sit idle. I think if you sit idle for 10 minutes, you would get bored, you'd get irritated. These girls who have worked so hard and they have one year, it's one of the beginning years of their life, they have practically nothing to do from the organization who've signed up, give them a formal agreement. What would they do? Wouldn't it be frustrating? That's an important discussion to have.
Well,
Then,
see,
So it's
Yeah,
our
it is important, but you have to remember each year is different. Not
Mm-hmm.
all experiences are the same. Like I want to ask Noemi, was Lise compelled, was she forced to sign the contract without
She was
revealing it
never forced
first?
to sign any contract. The contract, when we sign a contract as national directors with the organization, and we received in the package, we receive our contracts as license holders, and we receive the contestants contract, right? Which is the contract that all the girls sign to be able to compete at Miss Grand International.
and
So in
also
that contract,
what
uh-huh.
I just and also do you let's say do you also get a copy of the contract which the girl has to sign if she wins Miss Grand International?
Yeah, we get everything. I get all kinds. I get
You
I
No,
have
no,
to
have
no.
to
you
I
have to make
ask for
copies of
it.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm one that asks for it because I like copies of everything and I keep a file. That's just how I work. But not everybody, I can't talk about Puerto Rico or Peru or any of the other countries. Don't know how they work.
Mhm.
I could only talk for myself, how I handled it. So in the contract, in the contestant's contract, it does give you kind of like a brief outline of if you were to win or become top five, these are the things that, are required. Stay an extra at the time. Remember, at that time, there was no top 10, there was only top five. So if you were to place top 10, I mean, top five, you were to stay an additional week because of, promotion reasons, et cetera, et cetera. And they will handle, the hotel, your hotel stay, the change of your ticket, etc. They will handle everything. Now, as a national director, once your girl wins, she is under
MGM.
management of the organization, and
Mhm.
that ends my responsibility is done. Okay, it's done because she is under their management. However, when she comes back to home, any events that I had planned for her, like we did a homecoming get together and stuff like that, all of that is pre scheduled, and I have to relay that to the organization. Hey, I'm doing this, and this and that because I'm a person. I work that way. I like open communication. I like, everything black and white in written form. I don't go by what you told me. No, I want everything in written form in case of any discommunication or miscommunication that happens. I have it in written form, but that's just me. However, Lee's when she won, she was the oldest in her group to win. So, and she had already lived alone. She was already independent. She was a manager of a hotel. So she already had life experience. And I think that that has a lot to do with many of the girls that win if they are younger, because life experiences give you certain maturity to be able to handle certain things. Now, yes, there's a lot of downtime. When you win, yes, you are busy in the beginning, but then everything kind of like dies down, right? And then everything starts picking up. Now, with Miss Grand International, if you're not a very popular, and we've noticed this in the recent girls, okay, not the early girls, the recent girls. If you're not that popular, right? If you're not that popular, you don't get invited that much. It is just it is what it is. You don't
It is
get invited to
exactly.
go to other countries because you're not that popular. You don't sell. You're not you don't sell to that type of
Yeah.
audience or etc. So
Those
some
countries don't like
girls,
you, period.
they don't like you, period. And it is what it is. Lise was not a favorite. I could tell you for now. I could tell you now everybody loves her. But at the time when she won, nobody liked her. Nobody liked her. They didn't understand her. They didn't think she was physically beautiful, but she won because she had a very strong platform. She was on time. She was responsible. And one of the things that Teresa told me, that the reason why Liz Garcia won was because she was consistent from the moment that she got off the plane. And that made her
Very
stand
strong.
out from the rest of the group. consistency. And
Hmm.
since then, I've always told the girls, you need to be consistent in every area of the competition with Miss Grand International, which Rachel did. That her competition, and I can tell you right now, her competition, the
Yes.
way she competed was perfection. That
Yes.
is the
Hmm.
way that
I
you're
agree.
supposed to compete in any
100%.
competition.
Yeah.
Period. Point blank. Her wardrobe, everything was perfection. Now, I feel that, and this is a discussion that I had with Lise when we were discussing the whole, debacle, what happened, was that I feel that she was not prepared for the downtime that you have as Miss Grant. Okay. Same as Miss Peru, and Miss Peru, Maria, who lives in LA actually, and is married. Maria, when she won, it was the same situation. She said, I had a lot of downtime. So I went to the gym. I would go to yoga classes. I took classes for, she signed up for classes to keep herself busy. Okay. But again, like I've always said, it's hard when you go to a foreign country, you don't know the language, you don't know the area. It is hard. It's like anything. When you move to a new place, you have to learn, you have to learn your area. You have to learn the culture, and stuff. And I think that she wasn't prepared for that. I don't think she thought that she was going to have a full schedule agenda, and it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Not all the time. She is always constantly working. And I know that she had issues with the visa, and that kind of like was an issue as well. But regardless, she did her thing. The fact that she was upset because she was selling products and she thought that was cheap and cheapened the brand and cheapened her title, etc. The thing is that in Asia, especially in Thailand, if you're looking at the pageants, everybody is doing that. What is the difference of selling, I don't know, dry mangoes than an influencer selling water because she has a
Mangoes.
deal?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, it brings income.
it brings
It
income
brings
to the
income and money.
organization.
Why do you think? How do you think no one's going to pay, his employees, without his queens selling chili paste and other cheap products? The production does not pay for itself. It costs money to produce a good show. That's why you need to
Yeah,
constantly
yeah,
sell
but you
chili
can't
paste.
depend on MGI to the contract is so specific and it's so detailed that I don't understand where the miscommunication came from, because it's so black and white. It's there. It tells you exactly what MGI requires from their queens. It tells you exactly what MGI will do, is obligated to do during your reign, etc. It's so black and white. I don't understand where the miscommunication came from. And if she wasn't clear, at least I would have gone to a lawyer and say, hey, could you look at this for me and see if it's something that works for me? Um, and I don't think they did that. I feel like this could have been resolved. I'm telling you, this could have been resolved with a conversation, a meeting,
Private
sit
in private
down,
too, not in
and
social media.
private.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
nobody needs to know your business. And
Mhm.
that's another thing. Why are you airing out your dirty laundry in social media? It's so stupid and it's so immature. And I say immature for both sides, because I'm not defending MGI, because MGI, honestly, their whole attitude towards it was disgusting. I do not applaud that. And I honestly, that could have been handled so much differently. A simple meeting. Rachel could have said, I feel uncomfortable with this, and this. How can we get to it? Let's negotiate. Let's see how, what we can do. Maybe I could stay at home and do more work locally. And then when you need me in Thailand, I'll just go to Thailand. There was things that could have been. I mean, Lee stayed 3 months after her reign working. She got commercial deals. She got modeling gigs afterwards. And yes, she didn't get it because of her. She got it because of MGI. Now, MGI does give you the, a salary. Okay. You have your salary,
It's
you have
supposed
your
to be a
weekly
monthly
salary.
stipend, isn't it? Is it a
Yeah,
monthly
your monthly
stipend?
stipend, and that
How
you
much?
use for your
How much?
toiletries and your food and all of that stuff, and your transportation. I was a little puzzled on, the whole car issue. Like, I don't have a car. Nobody had a car. Nobody offered a car. Um, I don't know where the car come from. I feel like they maybe, I feel like maybe she had people around her that didn't gave her false information and false expectations on
Right.
the job.
Mm-hmm.
I think who she needed to speak with was for the former queens that have already been through the process. Again, every queen is year is different,
Right.
but I feel like all of this could have been so resolved with a conversation, with a personal meeting. Teresa's not cold or mean. She's a very understanding woman. I've known her for 10 years. Now, what is not a mean person? He has no filter. He has no filter, and the things that pop in his brain, it just vomits it out of his mouth, unfortunately. Those are things that I really don't like about his personality.
Yeah.
But beyond that, he's a very approachable person. You could sit down and speak
Yeah.
with him.
He runs a very, tight ship company, I think. When
Yeah,
you
and
yeah.
regards to weight and all that stuff, it wasn't, he doesn't like his queens to be over. He likes his queens to be thin and maintain the weight. He's not into this inclusive having, fat girls competing in pageants or none of that. Overweight girls or big girls or curvy girls or however you want to say it. Um, he it's not his style. He doesn't like it. He's very vocal. He says it as it is.
Well, they don't
Um,
fat girls don't make money in Asia. You have to target
it
the Asian
doesn't
market.
sell. It doesn't sell.
Yeah. The
It
petite
really doesn't sell.
the petite your size, the smaller the size, the better. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just
The
reality
thinner
of the
you
Asian
are, the
market.
better. The whiter you are, the better.
Yeah. Lighter skin.
Skin wise,
But
So
but
that's why.
but the
Mhm.
problem that
But
I saw with people was, please, Wilfredo, you're saying something.
I think that going back to your original question, we need to analyze, especially the time that Liz Garcia was a queen versus now. Year has passed. When a pageant starts, if a queen travel at least 3 countries in 1 year as a new pageant, that is a good starting point. Like when my girl won Miss Landscape International, which sadly to say disappeared when the pandemic happened. Within 5 months of her reign, my girl went to 5 to 6 countries. At that point, she traveled more than Catriona. Sadly to say, the pageant died because of COVID-19. That pageant was very promising. And and it's like Noemi said, there's some things that you need to do as a contender. And like I said in the previous live, how they treat you on a national level, directorship wise, is not going to be the same as when you pass to under new management. So, sadly to say, just because, and this is an example, I don't know how that works over there in India. I don't know how is what's the whole issue situation, but just because in India, uh, Miss Grand India at that time, if they give you everything, they give you an apartment full of everything and a car, that doesn't mean that if you win the international title, that is gonna happen too.
Right.
It's completely different. Every country, when it comes to national directors and prices and contract and sponsors, is completely different. Like the best example that I have in that way, some people kind of get more light. In United States, for some that doesn't know, You can win the state pageant for Miss USA system, Miss America system, but the girls that wins, they need to still selling uh ads or looking for more sponsors because some of the organizations or most of them, they will not pay everything. You still need to cover certain things. There's even states that they tell the girls flat out, we're gonna pay you for your participation and your plane ticket and the gown for final night. That's it. There are organizations on a national level in United States that when you win, they don't give you, okay, here's my team, they're going to
Nothing.
be working with you. They give you nothing. They only
Yeah.
maybe give you a plane ticket, they pay your participation. That's it.
That's it. Well, the bigger the state is, the more money and sponsors they have.
The more
Usually
money,
we're
the
not
more
Yeah.
sponsors they have. And
Exactly.
not
But
some
we're
states
not
even have
talking
better prize package than Miss USA. Like
And
exactly.
California.
Yes.
it's important to note too that just because you have sponsors, it doesn't mean that the sponsors will necessarily fulfill their obligations because there are sponsors who back down at the very last minute and they don't give you the gifts that they promised to give to the winner. It happens. Yeah.
And
but
another thing is like sponsors wise, for example, this happened when when Zoe won. We had they needed to call Madison, Miss Universe Puerto Rico at that time to do some advertising because sadly to say at that time, for some particular reason, she wasn't able to use Zoe to do campaigns. And that's another thing. When you as an organization have key sponsors, you need to make sure that if you want to be so diverse and so inclusive, you need to have a sponsors that will cover all basics. Because sadly to say, depend the management and the country where they are moving the business, they will have certain key sponsors. And if the sponsors will not be able to provide or utilize a girl that look a certain way or the color of the skin is not a certain way, hair texture here, there, over there, their organization needs to be very, very aware that if somebody that wins doesn't fill those requirements,
Right.
that particular sponsors or sponsors are gonna go like, and they
Okay.
will not be able
Yeah. I have to say though,
to do it.
I have to say though that when Zozibini Tunzi won, okay, they did not have the sponsors in mind. They did not have Chi sponsor because Chi only catered to women with straight hair, with hair,
Mm-hmm.
period.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not to
Mm-hmm.
black women, not to dark-skinned women. So they did not have Zozibini Tunzi, as the reason, for her to win. She won based again on her own merit, not because of the sponsors
Mm-hmm.
that they could do this or do that. It's too bad that she was not able to use the cheap products, but you know what? That's not her fault. It should have been the organizations. They should have made an effort to find a sponsor that caters to all types of women, all types of
Exactly.
hair, all types of skin, all types of makeup, weight, whatever, height, etc.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way that they should have done.
And that's what I'm
but
talking about because that's you see. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sandy. That's what I'm talking about because that's what you see. I mean, if you're gonna work with an organization that is based in Asia, you need to see who is giving money to these people, who are the sponsors and things like that. And that way you have an idea. So that is the reason why I always say that in Miss International, no black girl, dark skin color contender will ever win Miss International because it's not appealing for the sponsors or whoever is giving the money
Not
to
appealing
create
to the
this kind of
owners, period.
is not
No.
appealing for the owners period. So if the owner is Asian, you cannot go there where you need to be petite. They have a standard beauty like us, like Latinos. We have a standard beauty that you need to have this beautiful, curvy, nice shape. In Venezuela, they will have a standard that you need to be a certain height, a certain measurements. So
Uh-huh.
every country have their standards. It's not only Asia. Every country has their standards. That is the reason Miss Universe was more catered for at some point for Latinas, not anymore. But that's what one of the boom, because a lot of sponsors, they knew that with the Latino market or Hispanic market, they would be able to make money. Now it's a different story. So they need to look for girls that are very appealing with the countries that have the sponsors and the money to move. That is Asia.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead,
so
Sandeep.
what?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So are you? Can I say something?
Yeah, I said go ahead.
So you see, the way I'm looking at it is the conversation is going in a different direction. The whole Rachel Gupta and Nawat is a conflict which has certain allegations from both the side. What prima facie, let's look at what they have officially alleged. A, that the living conditions aren't good. It's too far. That I do not have food or nutrition to eat, right? And that I do not have access the liberty, right? The liberty. And people are actually disrespecting me. Let's remove the respect part. The cultural differences, people, I remove that prima facie. Now you see the moment you win a beauty contest, you win a title. And with that title comes titular dignity, right? The mom- there is a concept of titular dignity. Now, this particular brand, when it promotes its pageant, they claim big things, right? The best ever. You give this mansion, we give you this, when you give that. These are the basics. Now, let's look at it in two different point of view. A, you win the contest, you take the prize money, go back. Next year you come back, we give you another sum of money, crown the winner, done. In between what you do, it doesn't matter. You're free to do what you have to do. I think something on the lines of Miss International, right? However, here these guys are actually making you sign a contract, right? Now, how those contracts are signed is one thing. How those contracts are signed is another question, another point of discussion. B, how you say the contracts are absolutely in great detail. Does the contract mention that they will be giving a house, but does it mention that the house is going to be 2 hours away from the city? Because that's going to create discomfort. Anybody who has a little means or an extra income would want to live in civilization, access to opportunity to, to the nearby markets, to the nearby malls, to the nearby people. You see, Rachel comes from a state of Punjab, right? And she is a Punjabi woman. Her religion is Sikhism. You see, not even a single soul in the state of Punjab sleeps hungry. We have these gurudwaras where they have their community kitchen called the langar, and everybody is fed free. Whoever comes to their gurudwara for a langar, they are fed for free, no matter their religion. Nobody sleeps hungry. What was Rachel claiming? That she doesn't have food to eat.
Oh,
Understand?
that has been debunked, though.
That
No,
was debunked
allow me,
because,
Arjun. Allow me a moment, please. Allow me
uh-huh.
a moment, please. You
I'll be
see,
right back, guys. Excuse
yeah, you see, the moment you say, you see, what happens is a Nawat makes about, let's say, 16 crore Indian rupees a year, right? That's a lot of money, about, I think, 3 or 4 million US dollars, if I'm not mistaken. We'll do the math later on. If this girl is actually craving for food and says that I don't have food, right, or good food, you can have a discussion, darling. What do you want? We're a big organization. We make so much money. You see, the average budget in Thailand for one person is about 300 to 400 US dollars. That's not a lot of money to fight for if you're running a big organization and you have your reputation at stake. No matter the contract, even if my manager comes and tells me, dude, you know what? This is what I need. Come on, man. That's nothing. For you, nothing. You are the face of the brand. You see, the next thing she's talking about is security. She has in all of her emails that has been published on Facebook by Nawat, she has not said that I'm not going to work. She's always stepped that I'm going to work, right? I need safety and security. If she's feeling unsafe, you've got to understand that particular concern. I remember one of those Miss Grand International who gave up her title. She was traveling somewhere in South Africa or in Africa, and she said she's not very secured. She's not feeling secure, and she needs some kind of a security to go all to travel to Africa. She was denied. You see, Guatemala is not a very safe place to even for a single man to travel, right? If they are concerned about your security, you can address those issues. You really don't need to brawl into in public space. Number three, when it came was to the signing of contract, right? She's entitled to a stipend. I do not know what that stipend is. You see, you don't give her that stipend. You see, if Nawad has actually paid those money to her, her monthly salary, he can shut her up, right? He's very forthright in showing proofs. You can show the bank receipts that such and such payment has been made to in Rachel's bank account. Period. The matter is shut. She's not even being paid, right? And the clause also says that you will be paid. I think let's assume 2,000 US dollars, 1,000 to 2,000 US dollars per month, but that will only be paid once you return to Thailand. You see, you let her go, you stay in India, you stay wherever you want. But at the end of the day, I will only pay you once you come back to Thailand. Why? It takes money to maintain that figure. It costs a lot of money to look the way you do, to present yourself. Why don't you pay her on time? Let us say, for the sake of argument, if you've paid her in cash, there are always money receipts. You can brandish on the computer that, you know what, we have actually paid her this money in cash. No such receipts are being produced. You see, these are some small things that I've actually addressed, and Rachel has not withdrawn from the competition the early stages. It's only after 7 months. All her emails say that I'm willing to work. These are my conditions. I have made certain expenses, and that needs to be reimbursed. One point of conflict was that she does not know how to take care of the crown, right? The crown is being just shoved in a towel and put it into a suitcase. But you see, Rachel claim is that, you see, in order to take that crown in that box, I'm being charged extra money at the airport, and you are not willing to reimburse. That costs money, but Miss Grand International does not want to pay money. Right. Now, it could be two things. They wanted an Indian winner because they wanted to have an access to the Indian market, but they really never liked an Indian winner. Maybe he's racist, you never really know. Or maybe let's not say he's racist, he doesn't prefer Indians. He's entitled to do that. Nothing wrong in it. But you see, you use her, then you put her into a spot where you get rid of her, and then you create a controversy and get even more publicity. Be that as it may, whatever has happened, all right? You could have easily said, darling, it's not working out. You go your way, I go my way. We get into the next girl, right? An organization which is making so much of money. You've seen last year's annual general meetings records. I think a 10,000 US dollars is nothing, just to shut up and maintain the dignity of your organization, right? Because your title holder is saying, I don't have money to eat. I don't have food to eat, right? You're not taking care of me. That speaks for itself. That's what the concern really
That
lies.
only
That's
that only speaks for Rachel's experience.
Mhm.
That's why. I mean, you mentioned about her asking for reimbursement. I remember having seen a screenshot of convo between her and Teresa. Teresa posted it on her stories where she said, "Okay,
The
well,
receipt, yes.
if you can show me like receipts or proof that you purchased these things, then we'd be more than happy to give you reimbursement." But to this day, she still has not provided any iota of proof or evidence or documentation of her expenses. And I
She's
don't
done a
understand why
mistake,
people are
but when
defending her. It's a simple request. It's just a simple request.
which is
And for,
fine,
you
it is
know what I mean?
absolutely legitimate. It's legitimate. It's legitimate. If you don't provide receipts, you don't get the reimbursement. But why are you not even paying their salary?
Yeah. And she has to be in Thailand to get her money because in order for her to pay Thai taxes, she cannot possibly get paid in India because if you're in India, then you're not required to pay taxes, Thai taxes. That's why you have to be in Thailand to receive your salary because part of your salary has to be paid to the Thai government. That's
Yeah.
that's the law.
No, no, no,
And she
which I
refused to
understand.
do that. Yeah.
You see, in India also, when I receive my payments, my principal employer deducts my taxes and then credits my money to my bank account. Let's say I'm supposed to receive 100,000 US dollars and $10,000 are my taxes. He will reimburse only 90,000 US dollars and submit $10,000 to the government. Right? That's the principal's employer's responsibility. He's not doing that. You see, you need to, and if I'm not mistaken, Nabad did share the air ticket of Rachel traveling to India on 30th or 31st of March, right?
Mhm.
The claim was that only 1 month stipend has been provided to me. Let us say she was crowned in October, so she got the stipend in the month of November. Then she
Right.
returned from Thailand in March, Was she paid even for that brief period of my amount of money? She wasn't. If that be the case, please provide us the receipts. Right. So the arguments on all sides. Right. Rachel did make some mistakes, but were they really that grave a mistake to pass to not to pinch her, to tell her that you're having smelly armpits, you getting a boob job, and that's of course that's another part of it, right? Just because I have a Pakistani friend, that doesn't make me an ISI agent. Just because if I have a Russian friend, that doesn't make me a KGB agent. You see, just because I pose with Ashwarya Rai outside a restaurant, that doesn't mean I went out for lunch with Ashwarya Rai. Right? Friends hang around all the time with you to be your support. Just because her mother was outside a clinic, that doesn't mean she actually had a surgery. Right? The arguments on all sides. You can misrepresent many things. You see, these are small. These
But the
aren't
surgery,
actually
the surgery clinic in Korea posted pictures, images
Yeah, they all got
of her. They all.
work done.
who paid the
Why
money.
are people denying these evidence? I mean, this proof. Why would Nana surgery lie about these pictures?
We
It's
do
not good
not
for the
know.
business.
Again, what I'm saying, maybe Rachel had it. It's understanding between both of them. Was Nawad kept informed? Wasn't kept informed? We are not privy of these conversations, right? Nobody is giving the absolute truth. But be that as it may, are these really that great a matter? Are these point of contention greater than the brand name itself, than the dignity of the organization? No. You see, what I'm trying,
No,
these
but
conflicts
see,
could have
here's
been
the thing.
resolved.
What I don't understand is that what this is what the 13th edition of NGI 2024, 13 or 14 edition,
Hmm.
I think, right?
Yes.
I still, I mean, excluding Anea Garcia from 2015, because some of her claims were just totally exaggerated or totally baseless. Why, why would, why would the organization make a big deal about Rachel's allegations? Let's say, compared to Peru the year before, or to other countries before that. Why so many allegations against her?
Well, the way I look at it is, you see, people, not everybody is strong, right? People come from different backgrounds, and people, as much as they have their own power, they also know their limitations, right? What they tend to lose. So best is the smart person would put up and shut up and let go of the year and cash in whatever you have to, rather than getting a negative mark that you were dethroned and you were misbehaving, because we are quite aware of how Nawat tends to react the way he does. I mean, in front of Nawat, Donald Trump is like a sweet angel, right? Come to think of, even Oksana Fedorova was dethroned. Even Tara Conner made mistakes, right? And
Mhm.
grave mistakes. That's not how he react, right? I remember watching a movie. It was about Winston Churchill during the Second Great War, and it was something about the negotiations being handled by the then President Roosevelt. Churchill wasn't very happy with it. He said that Americans are very direct people. They do not understand the softness and the gentleness with which the Europeans talk. All right. And prima facie, if you put an American and a European people are soft people, and Americans are very direct and on the face. Right? Now, if you now taking this as an example, you put Donald Trump and Nawaz side by side, Donald Trump becomes this soft-spoken European, and Nawaz is this loud, cranky man. So there are issues. So why get into a conflict? It's just a matter of 6, 7 months. Just get done with it. I
Yeah.
have my life. I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
I have
But
more to gain.
eventually, yeah, I think eventually, I mean, since she's being sued now by NGI, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she already has filed a formal complaint against NGI. So eventually, both groups, both parties will have to appear in court, and that court is going to be in Thailand, somewhere in Bangkok. Okay, it's not going to be in India. It's not going to be anywhere else. It's going to be. So
Mhm,
they have to abide by the Thai laws.
I lost. Hmm.
Yeah,
mhm.
but I think when you mentioned earlier about her background coming from Punjab and coming from a Sikh family, where she is used to the Sikh religion where preachers everybody has to be fed. It doesn't matter what your religion is. I understand that background. I understand where she's coming from, but that's not a good reason to as an excuse for entitlement. She all of a
She's
sudden
not
she
ent
feels entitled.
she's not feeling
That's
entitled at
that's what a lot of us feel. Her critics feel
all.
like that because she's a spoiled brat. I'm gonna say it directly as an American. I think she's a spoiled brat. Okay, she comes from a wealthy, affluent family where she's basically spoiled by her parents. She doesn't have any business experience. She doesn't have any life experience. Okay, I mean, for all that money, she has lived a very sheltered lifestyle. She could have like her parents could have like taken to a Swiss boarding school and study there, okay, with all that money that they have. She could have traveled to Australia, to Africa, with her friends her age and whatnot, but she didn't do any of that. She chose to stay with her family because she felt comfortable being with her family. She goes to
No,
Thailand to compete in this Grand International. She wins without expecting about the consequences. Obviously, her parents did not teach her any information what to expect. Her national director did not orient her properly and what to expect and whatnot.
Mhm.
I also blame, by the way, her national director, Nikhil. Okay. It's also his fault. He's partly to blame for all these things. He did not sit down with Rachel, explain to her, okay, honey, this is what you should expect while you're in Thailand competing. This is what you should expect when you win the title, etc., etc., etc. Why is she, all of a sudden 7 months later? Okay, she resigns, or rather, she was dethroned. Okay, and then all of these like issues and scandals came out 7 months later. Like,
because
I just don't understand. If you're a
they gave it
smart
time.
girl,
Could I say something in regards?
you should have confronted Noah, Teresa a long
Mhm.
time ago. Why wait 7 months? I just don't
I
get it.
think in an email, she's already addressed if you go through the email, she's actually addressed those concerns, and those concerns are actually not addressed. Many people would not do that; they would just go by it, just put up and shut up. It's just a matter of 12 months, and then I go my way, you go your way, right? If I'm
Mhm.
not mistaken, when Rosanna Davison won the title in 2003, her father told her not to sign the Miss World contract, and she didn't. There was a huge hue and cry, but then nobody actually, detonated bombs left, right, and center. Right? They got on with it. Same thing was in 1964. Leslie Langley actually had a contract with another organization, so she could not get into a contract with Eric Morley. Right? It's if you go through Hugo Rodriguez's
Yeah.
Miss World essays, you will come to know she made far less money, but nobody actually threw bombs on each other, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are putting Rachel into a box as if she's a spoiled brat. Getting the spectrum of goodies and baddies, right? You're the bad one, you're the good one. It's actually not the case here. It's all about understanding, right? Like I said, it
But
comes with
why,
a
but
title.
why, but why are her people, why are her defenders treating her as if she's special or that
Don't
she's not
no, I'm
capable of
not
making
talking.
any faults or
I'm not
errors?
talking about whether you see, I first of all, as I told you, I don't read the comment section. I'm an informed individual. I'm an educated guy and have an informed mind, right? Even when with a good job comes its perks, right? Basic perks. You're entitled to a salary. There's nothing wrong in it. We all do. We all have our bills to pay. And if she was such a spoiled brat, she could have actually stayed at home and enjoyed a very lavish life. She's not the one of those people.
Well,
She's actually
she wanted a crown. She wanted to win.
yes, that's exact.
It's
That
her
shows
dream.
that ambition. That shows hard work
Yeah.
as well, Rafa. That shows the tenacity. I want to be. I don't want to sit on my parents' money. I want to prove my own self. She could have actually done that. Many people in India do that abroad as well. There's way to look at things. You see, again, there are greater conversations that needs to be taken place, right? This title is not an ordinary job. It's an extraordinary job, only for a year, right? You're put in
Mhm.
high up the pedestals and then you're just dropped down again, right? You're heavily into a contract. And what this girl was actually asking for was safety and food and a proper accommodation. You see, you getting what
Well,
these
why?
are two small,
I'm sorry.
and
Can I
it's
ask a question? I
please.
just need to ask a
Interject.
question real quick. So when you say, because I'm trying to understand. So when you say on the accommodations were not up to par, okay? I saw that Miss Grand International did submit the pictures of the apartment where she was staying. And I know for a fact that Lee's didn't stay in no dump. um, Janelle didn't stay in, it's actually stayed at the same apartment building that Lee's stayed at. So yes, it was a little far, but it wasn't out in the
It
jungles
wasn't in
of
the jungle or out of
in
civilization.
the jungles of,
There were
okay.
7-Eleven stores, there
She
were
all we
was
do,
convenience
she
stores
was
around, there were food stores around, there was walking distance,
I
could have
mean, you have
walked.
to take transportation. Yes. I mean, Lise took the train. She learned how to use public transportation while she was there. She didn't have a chauffeur. And in regards to the security, Grand doesn't offer security. It never has. They never have ever have. They don't even have a security team like Miss Universe or Miss World. That they do have their own security team. Unfortunately, they do not. Cosmo does have their own security team that is always with the queens, but Miss Grand International never have had any type of security. Now, in regards to Anea, we're not going to discuss Anea because I know exactly what happened with Anea. I know the whole story from beginning to end.
It's your
So
sister.
I don't want to give that platform to her. But whatever Anea says, don't take it as fact because a lot of it was very much um,
Lies.
exaggerated,
Yes, exactly.
very
Just
much
like just
so.
like just like what Rachel claimed in her truth video. A lot of it is either a lot of it is exaggerated. I'm not saying, lies, but they're
It's very
very
much
it's
exaggerated.
hyperbolic, it's exaggerated. That's why I saw that video like for 2 hours. I would like pause and study and analyze her claim. Well, did this really happen? And I'm not sure. I'm not so sure anymore. I think she's exaggerating. Because based
So
on her stories, like comparing her notes with, let's say,
Rafa, Rafa,
with Peru
Rafa,
and
Rafa,
stuff and everything,
Rafa.
it's
If the
starting to look like unbelievable. I just
Rafa,
couldn't believe any of this what she's saying.
Rafa, you know what? We are in the era of smartphones and cameras and Instagram. People are
You're
brushing their.
defending her because she's Indian, period. That's the
No,
only
no,
thing.
no. I don't follow Miss Grand International. I just look at the
No,
five, ten
not
minutes.
Miss Gran. You're following her. You're defending her because she's
No,
Indian.
no, 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 no,
Simple.
no, 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 no. I don't.
Right? Right?
No, 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 no. I'm understanding because she's a girl. If I would have defended her, even if she was an African or from Asia, right? I'm looking at a girl because I have two sisters and I understand the needs of a woman. I have a mother as well, right? So I'm looking from that perspective. No matter whether she's an Indian, I'm one of those people who actually doesn't blindly support just because I have an Indian winner, Indian contestant going to international platform. I didn't support Nandini Gupta. Had she won, I would have actually been irritated. For me, she's a good contestant, but not really one contending for the crown, right? I'm merely bothered about two or three very small little things in the greater scheme of things: food and safety, right? And these could have been easily sorted out between both of them.
But it's not the responsibility for Miss Grand International to provide food. It's not in the contract. That's why they
She's
give you
hungry. Yeah.
a, a salary, and with that salary, you go and you buy your food. Now, if she had diet restrictions or specific diet restrictions, then it is, I have to say this, it is her responsibility to either communicate that with the organization or resolve it herself with the money that is given to her. Now, if Miss Grand International did not give her whatever salary, then she needs to provide that proof that that money was never given to her. Okay. Um, in regards to if she had to purchase anything on her own and then, she's asking for a reimbursement, of course, you have to, no company is going to give you absolutely one dime without any receipts.
Yeah, just
Okay.
common sense.
That's period point. I mean, not even
Yeah, yeah.
like, unless
Yes.
we had a discussion with my queen and I tell her, go rent, let's say, rent a car, get yourself to point A and B, get the receipt, and I'll reimburse you. Perfect. Okay. We spoke about it. We got to a conclusion, but there was nothing. So in regards to, again, I know for a fact that where the girls, the queens are staying, whether it's 6 months, 5 months, a year, or whatever in Thailand, it is not in a, I have to disagree with Rachel in the sense that it's a dump or it's not up to. standards. Maybe it's not up to her standards. Maybe, again, I feel like she came into this with very extremely high expectations,
Mhm.
unrealized expectations. And when she got, when she got to Thailand and saw what it was, that's when everything kind of like crumbled down, because I think that she fantasized in her head,
Living
because
in a
this is normal
castle.
with any of these girls. It's very normal that
Can
they
I
have
ask you?
this fantasy and not and in their head about one thing, and then when it's reality, it's a whole different situation, which is fine. I get it. They're young. It happens. I deal with this every day, every year. It's a different, when I send girls to international pageants, it's the same, sad story that, oh, I expected this, I expected that. And I was like, no, I tell you up front exactly what you're going to expect. That's at least me. Okay. I don't lie. I tell them exactly what's going to happen. This is what they're looking for. This is how you're going to be treated. You need to be with Miss Grand International. I could tell you for a fact, Miss Grand International is one of the most hardest competitions to win. The most hardest. You know why? Because they expect so much from these girls for a whole month, and they are literally checking you out, following you, observing you, taking notes from the moment that you land in whatever country it is until the final night. Now, what is moving and taking away and accommodating? Because at the end of the day, it's Nawata who selects the winner. Let's be real. It is his organization. He's the one that selects. So you have to be on point all the time. So, and you have to be ready 24/7. You can't be down, you can't be tired, you can't be, because once you're down or tired, or you have one day that you're off, you're out of the running. You're out of the running. So compared to competition like Miss Universe or Miss World, I could tell you, I don't know Miss World because I don't work with Miss World, but I can tell you with Miss Grand International, it's very, very demanding. It's a demanding schedule. It's a very demanding competition, and it's not an easy competition to win. And I think that
Totally agree.
again, Rachel did an exceptional job. I wished, and I was very surprised, and this is what I'm going to say, that she didn't have much more support locally, then she had more support internationally than locally.
I
And I think
explained
that,
that. Yeah, I remember
yeah.
explaining that in our previous live. Indians don't
Hmm.
care. Indians don't care about their beauty queens who are currently competing or participating. They only care if they actually win an international title. I mean, that's the reality. I just want to go reading some of these comments you know, about Rachel's claims. For instance, uh, Charlie, Charlie Goldberg. I've seen the pictures. It's a dump. That's what Charlie says. I've seen the picture. Well, pictures can be very deceiving. There's a difference between seeing the pictures as they are being presented on social media as opposed to actually going there. I mean, that place, it's not, I mean,
It's not far from
Thai
Nawat's,
beauty queens stay
where
there.
Nawat lives. It's
Yeah,
actually close.
exactly. It's an
Nawat
empty
lives in
house with
that
with all
same,
the amenities. It's not a dump. What are you talking about? Uh, Indian
I'll be
tax
right
system and Indian system is different, but the beauty housing is in Thailand. Exactly. Nawat should hire a professional social media handler. He could stop micromanaging the pageants. You know what? I totally agree because he does tend to micromanage, and I think he should give specific roles to specific people within the organization. Patrick says I agree with Noemi. Patrick, go Rafa. Yeah, Rachel should just focus on her private life and start working on her advocacy if she really had advocacy in the first place. She should do some charity work. She should stop talking to media. Both sides have their issues. La da 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 da. It takes two to tango. Both parties have mistakes. Yeah, that's true. We agree. They should let their legal team talk about it. Yep. Nawat
Yep.
should stop making derogatory comments about Rachel. Yep.
now.
Indian men comparing system of the different countries does not make good sense. Did RH not prepare herself at all? Blah, blah, blah. So much for beauty with brain. Talking about Donald Trump, you know what? It's stupid here. Uh, Charlie says, I'm not Indian. I'm defending her. Well, good for you. I mean, wait, no, Rachel will have her supporters, and MGI will have their supporters.
Mhm.
It's let me see. Love this conversation. Thank you. Good to know. Rachel Gupta is a spoiled brat. Nawad is unprofessional. Both deserved each other.
That's actually a good one.
I love
That's
that
actually,
one. I love that. Looks like she wasn't properly guided by her national director. That's exactly what I said. She did not have any idea how MGI works. Nawad was very clear when he said that MGI means business. He wanted someone who is willing to work. Exactly. Noemi, how much is the franchise fee for MGI?
It depends on the country. Every country has their own fee.
Mm-hmm.
how much money does a Miss Grand International make as a prize money, as a stipend, and once they, is that a secret through contract?
That is, they do tell us how much is the grand prize, and it all depends on the year.
Yes.
Because as the years pass and now as popular it gets, then the prize money is higher. Um,
Can you give us
I
the
know,
number?
well, from I can only tell you for 2013,
Mhm.
and at that time it was 40,000 or 30,000, something like that, around
That
there.
was the upfront
That's
prize money, right?
Yes,
That's
that was the cash money without now any other prizes that were, sponsored, like gifts and stuff like that, products or whatever, that's separate.
I'd like to break that up. So the moment you win the title, you're handed over a check of 40,000 US dollars, and
Mm-mm,
that's it. And
no, it's
thereafter,
stipend.
mm-mm. You don't get that
uh,
check until
No,
you're done.
until you finish your reign. You
Yeah.
get the
that's
other
exactly.
See,
half. You
that
get the
was the
second half.
mistake they did it with in Anea.
Yes, they gave it all to her.
They gave it all to her because she started crying crocodile tears. Okay. And then that's when, you know, she went running off with the money.
Yes.
And
Mhm.
let's not
All
go
right.
there.
But
I'd like to talk about the post that MGI posted on a Facebook page about the allegations against Rachel for legal response number 7. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is new. Number 7, it says sexual harassment towards male and LGBTQ plus staff. She engaged in inappropriate physical conduct by frequently hugging male staff members and LGBTQ plus team members, including creative directors, cameraman, makeup artists, and hairstylists. Would anyone care to comment on that?
Okay, they're more women than me. Okay, they're more women than me. So let's stop this
okay,
BS.
let
Okay.
me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. So I in the year 2008, after I finished college, I went to Serbia, right, for my internship, and then I had a job. As soon as I landed in my city, I was welcomed by about 15, 20 people. Half of them were girls, and they would just come and they would hug me tight. And I'm one of those formal guys who would just go and shake hands with everyone. But it's Sandeep, why are you shaking hands? Give me a hug, right? And hugging is a normal, you know,
Yeah.
it's a normal emotion where you show appreciation and make someone feel welcomed. You shake hands when it's formal. To bring that person into your closer group as to be friends, it's just a normal act. How can you make hugging? You see, the moment you hug and then you pinch, so there's a problem. So where do you pinch is another
Exactly.
problem.
Well, yeah, there's a distinction right there, between being friendly and overly friendly. Yeah.
Yes,
Exactly.
a warm
Oh my
embrace.
God, that was when I read that, I could not believe that. I was like,
Yeah.
half of
I
them are almost trans women there working. Like, what the
So,
Yeah,
so when I was
when
in
I saw that, I just could not believe it. Like, no, this
No,
can't be.
no,
This can't be.
no.
This cannot be.
when
Um,
I was when I was in school, we had an English teacher, and you know how school boys are. They're always boisterous and making noise and talking nonsense. And my English teacher once said, "Don't speak for the sake of speaking. When you speak, there should be some weight in it. So, Nawaz, don't allege for the sake of alleging. When you allege, there should be some weight in it.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Um,
that was
this
so
is
ridiculous.
I just want to interject. I had my Thai follower actually uh commented on that clause number 7. She said they got different versions in Thai language. I don't know why they put the word hug in English version. In the Thai version, it said she touched the staff members inappropriately. So that could be interpreted, several ways. So I don't know. See, again, inappropriately to me is kind of like subjective and also cultural. Like what exactly is inappropriate? If they touch you, let's say on your butt, on your breast, or on your crotch, then yeah, that's inappropriate. But if you touch somebody on her shoulder,
Or the
on
arm.
her arm, especially when you're helping the girl, with her gown or with makeup, you have to apply body makeup. You know what I mean? I mean, to me, that's, fine. That's professional. But something else outside the professional norm, obviously, it's not good. It's bad. So that's what she said, how she interpreted this clause number 7. Viewers, what do you think of clause number 7? Do you think it's stupid? Do you think it's funny? Do you think it's dumb? Do you think it's a lie?
I
Come
think
on.
it's
I
I
think
don't
I
think
think
it's
it's
true.
too much has been made about the whole thing. Everybody should take out their bottles of champagne, so should Nawat as well as Rachel and us, and just cheers to it and just move on. Make sure you feed the next girl properly. At least she can shut up. And next time when she stays in the house, make a video out of it. We have
Exactly. That's
we
the
have
only
seen.
way. That's the only way. But
Hmm.
I would think though, if you have Rachel in the room filled with all these colorful characters, I would think every one of them would have like iPhones and they would record and video the whole thing, unless it's not permitted. But I want to see proof of Rachel actually allegedly sexually harassing these people. So at this time, I don't think it's credible. This clause number
Papa,
7,
by the way,
don't believe it.
you've been to Miss Universe organization's head office as well as where the contestants live near Central Park, right?
Central Park? No, they don't. No,
No,
No.
no.
Earlier,
You mean the
no,
the
no.
earlier
apartment?
the
The
Miss Universe
apartment that they used
apartment
to live?
was
Well,
overlooking
no.
Central
Right
Park.
now it's
It
it's on a
used to stay at
waterfront.
the Trump Tower.
Yeah, on
Yes,
on
Hmm.
uh,
whatever
on
I
the Avenue of the Americas. But now
Hmm.
Raul allegedly, well, actually, they opened a new building in Manhattan
Hmm.
by
mean.
by the by the near the river, by the Hudson River. Yeah, a new
So, but
headquarters.
it's still in the city, and Miss World stays, I think, in Dulwich or Kensington, which is again in the heart of the city. Nobody alleges that they're 1.5 hours away from the city. It's a bit of inconvenient.
Yeah, I just thought when I saw that, I just cracked up. Like, this can't be true. There's no way. I want to move on to, let me see. Um, did anybody see Miss Grand France's video where she it was on TikTok? Okay. I know, Sandeep, you asked me for a link on YouTube because TikTok does not exist in India, or is banned in India. I don't know why, but it's banned. But if you guys saw Miss Grand Fran's TikTok video where she basically not makes allegations, but she basically stands up for herself. She said that I value my dignity more than I value this third runner-up position. And then she made a lot of claims, one of them of which was that for months and months and months, she's kept very, very silent about all the rumors, all the innuendos, uh, you know, uh, portraying her as somebody who's a bitch, that MGI disowned her, that she was dethroned by MGI, all these rumors swirling, for 7 months. So the reason that's why she made this video is basically to clarify all these issues and whatnot. And she said that she said so many things. Um,
But what
so
I don't understand is why are you coming out now? Like, why didn't you say anything beforehand?
maybe she was waiting for a cash prize.
I mean, why?
Look,
Maybe she signed an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement.
I'm
Non
just gonna
Rafa.
say this. I'm just gonna say this, and I've said it like two lies before when everything happened. Because honestly, everything resumes in this 7 months. You waited 7 months to either quit or get fired. You waited 7 months plus now for everybody to come out with their novella and the mistreatment. And for me, it's tiring. That's why I've been quiet, silence, which is very rare. Because honestly, in my head, the only thing that I can say is this: 7 freaking months. This is a job. If you are a problematic queen, I will fire you that there's no tomorrow. I don't need to wait 7 months. The expectations was this, and I will stand by it. Miss Grand International have a real winner in India. If everything would have worked out as we hoped, would it be a great business between India and Miss Grand. Bon appetit, Sandy. Because I know you're eating. Um,
Both fresh now.
but again, there's things that are not coming to life, lost in translation, cultural disagreements here, there, over there. Again, 7 months. This is a job. When you go to work, you work your hours, you get your paycheck, and the money that you get, you're going to use it to pay your bills and sustain yourself.
You're talking about Rachel, not Miss France, right?
I'm talking in general,
In general.
including me, because I'm getting tired that one situation happens and now everybody wants to piggyback. This
Everybody
is a
got a
situation.
problem now.
Now everybody have a rush. Rachel has a
Everybody
rush.
wants their
Everybody have a
15
rush.
minute, everybody
Now
wants their
what
15-minute
have
thing.
exactly? Now what have a cold sore? Everybody have a cold sore. It's ignorant. This is a situation that needs to be handled privately. Would it be much better for both parties? I believe again that if things would be handled properly, everything would be better. I mean, Rachel was and still the original winner, deserved her to do so. Sadly to say, she wasn't filled in on how this would work properly through her national director and the people around her. And sadly to say, things didn't work out within Miss Grand International Organization. Now, Rachel came up with her truth that is valid. Like now, what truth is valid because who I am to say otherwise right now. But now everybody's come up. Miss Such and Such from 2022 is coming out.
Oh.
Miss Fran is coming out right now. The one that was fired from 2015, whatever her name is coming out. Everybody wants to give their 2 cents.
Miss
This
Grand,
is
Miss
the
Grand Uganda 2022 posted
yeah.
around the world.
Everybody have a problem with Nawan. Everybody have a problem with
You
FBI.
have Miss
Everybody wants
Cosmo, the current Miss Cosmo.
the current
Did you
miscos.
read it? I thought her post was well written. It was well
Yes.
thought of. It
Mm-hmm.
was very diplomatic. She wasn't taking any sides, but she was defending Rachel obviously because of what she'd experienced, with Nawat calling her names, insulting her, and whatnot. So to me, it was a very well written. Even Paula Sugar liked her comment, like Miss Cosmo's comment.
Mm-hmm.
She did.
because this is
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just I'm getting kind of frustrated that past grand contenders or queens or whatever are just piggybacking. Oh my God, this happens to me. This happens to me, and this happened. Okay, enough is enough. I don't know. I mean, for me, France was an amazing contender. She made it where, when the time comes for her to talk, she used the English the best she could. And we knew that at that moment, she was not a first runner up because that crown was already from India from the beginning. So she made it far. She even was surprised that she made top five. That if she had problems with racial or something happened with the organization, you can say that at the beginning of the program and that's it. Now you're asking now what for apologies. Child, now what doesn't apologize? That's part of his character. That is part of what he sells
He's a
international. That is the
narcissist.
reason.
Narcissists
Now
never
what is
apologize.
now
Exactly.
what?
Yeah.
He has no filter. He doesn't apologize. That do I agree with the way that he handles things? No, I do not. A woman is a woman and need to be respected. Yes, we can say here things like I say my 25 things about certain things, but at the end of the day, if I have a title holder, I will never degrade the person the way that is being degraded. Not just racial, any contender. There's a line that you
Anybody,
don't cross
anyone,
because we
even
need to
staff.
respect everybody.
Yeah.
I like MGI, I like the production, but if you as the owner have a way to talk, I don't know if it's because it's not conveying from Thai to English, here, there, over there. But I never seen Teresa being disrespectful to these girls. So it's a what problem of character. And that is where when I have problems with. You're a man at the end of the day, you need to respect them. There's better ways to say certain things. You don't degrade your title holder or candidate just because they don't agree with your views. There's better ways to do things. That's what I have a problem. But now I have a problem because now everybody is resurfing. I remember when I competed 10 years ago. I'm
No, that
tired of
doesn't count.
this.
It has to be
Nobody
like at least like a
cares.
year ago. Who cares? Because you're
You
again,
know,
they're looking for
Girl,
relevance. They're looking
you're
for
you
even
know,
relevance.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
exactly.
That's
And the thing with France is like you have your moment to defend yourself. Oh, but because this happened, now you're taking, a free trip with racial situation. I don't care about her situation right now because when she needed to say these things,
Hmm.
she
was
didn't
when
say anything.
everything exploded. So you shut up at that moment because you were waiting for your coins or you were waiting for I don't know what. But now you're saying, oh, and I'm relinquishing my my finalist title. I'm gonna say one thing to all these girls that compete. If you are not the real winner, you do not care when it comes to relinquish your finalist, semi-finalist position. It's irrelevant.
All right. I just want to read some of the comments here. People are chiming in. Dorothy says, Noemi, share your tips and suggestions for running a successful international pageant. You have valuable experience to share. That's going to cost you money, honey.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going to cost you money. All right,
Muchas
like,
gracias.
because
I
we're
don't
all
want to give advice for free.
maybe
Sorry.
except for Sandip, all three of us are professional pageant consultants. Okay, we get paid for sharing
We
information.
charge. I'm sorry.
All right.
We
Acknowledging
charge.
also the new viewers. Hey, people, if you're new to Critical Beauty, hello, welcome. If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe. I see there are 167 people watching and very few likes. Please like. This is the only way for YouTube to circulate and share, this live discussion, okay? And again, as usual, thank you for your support. Oh my God, no way. Guess who's watching? Our good friend Phil Pugeda.
Hi,
Phil.
Phil.
Darling, where have you been? I miss you. We miss you. You should join us next time. All right, Phil? Mi amor, te quiero. He's saying there's a plot twist. I was thinking the MGI fiasco happened to slowly kill the MGI brand. Nawat is now part of MUO, and it could be part of his end goal of taking over MUO. Interesting theory.
You
I don't
see,
Possibly.
think he's gonna, I don't think he's going to
to
destroy
kill
what
him.
he
No,
just
no.
built.
And it's not going to be very easy to get rid of Raul because Raul spent a lot of money investing in Miss Universe.
Exactly.
But
Remember?
we actually talk about
Yeah.
He just built the new Miss Universe organization office in New York City, the
In New
West
Well,
York and
headquarters.
Mexico, yeah, he's invested a
Mexico,
lot of money.
New York
A
City as
lot of money.
well. Yeah.
So
So
he's
it's
and
a
not
one
lot
going
of
anywhere
money.
anytime
It's
soon.
not going to leave it. And of course, with the Miss Universe Latina, if
Oh,
it's going to be successful, he's going to continue again next year and
it
the following
started
year and so
already.
forth.
Have you seen
It's
it, Rafa?
mhm.
I've seen the intros and the first episode. A lot of strong girls. A lot of
Yeah,
Yeah, a
but
lot of
ones.
girls that didn't
I
compete,
learned.
that didn't want to compete in the nationals are competing in that reality show.
I think Mexico has like 6 representatives. Colombia has 4. Puerto Rico has 3, I think.
Two.
Two.
2. Venezuela has like 4 or 5, but Mexico has the
Mm-hmm.
most. Yeah,
Yes, of
Mexico has
Yeah.
the
course.
most.
For me, the Miss Universe Latina concept, I know it's all about money. They're trying to do, technically, what they're trying to do is kind of compete against what was the reality show Belleza Latina. So now the Telemundo is doing Miss Universe Latina, which is for me stupid because then we need to then start celebrating Miss Universe Asia, Miss Universe Europe, reality show. Number
Yes.
2, I see a lot of contenders in there in this reality show. Some of them I don't see any progress at all. I'm like, there's one person that is competing that I wish
Genesis Davila,
was no.
she's strong.
She's a strong contender,
Yeah.
but there's a person in the. I know 2 of the people competing. One of them I work with her in Miss Grand USA. She is amazing. I was super happy
What's her
when I
name?
saw her. Oh my God. I call her one of my Gigi girls. Hold up, because she sent me a message. By the way, hold up, because people are gonna feel like, oh, I'm lying. Hold on. Bye, baby. I'm gonna give you a free promo.
Yeah, Stephen
Giselle
says hit the like button. It's free. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, hit the like
is
button. Hit the like
is my
button.
beautiful girl, Giselle Burgos. Hold up. She, no, hold on. I don't like that picture of you. This is when she was. This is my girl when she was called. This is Giselle Burgos.
Oh,
She
yes. She's pretty.
she I had
Very
the
pretty.
blessing to work with her in Miss Grand USA, and
Ooh, look
she
at
is
that.
amazing. When I saw her, I
Oh,
was like,
yeah.
I'm voting for you. But there's one contender in there that she's beautiful. She's a beautiful human being. Sadly to say, she's surrounded by some of the wrong people to advise her. But one thing that is painful is that this particular person publicly was declined the chance to compete in her country for the national pageant that shows Miss Universe for that country. And for me, that is sad because that means right now the competition is strong. I don't say that she cannot win, but there's a lot of good contenders. And this is a reality show, which, oh no, this can go either or
Yeah, of
because people
course.
need to vote,
It's
which I don't
experimental. This
I
year
don't
is
I
experimental.
I
Mhm.
don't like that part because I think they need to have a panel of judges to make the final decision. And if they're gonna have people voting, that vote needs to be only like a certain percentage, but not too powerful to do a break or
If
something.
it's popular vote, I'm sure a Mexican girl is going to win.
Yeah.
Hello?
But this
Yeah.
but this is the thing. Like I don't be you need to analyze the contender by a package. The particular candidate that I'm talking about
It
or
has
whatever
to
the
be half
country,
half. Half public voting, half judge
It
selection.
should be that way.
And
Mhm.
like Miss
I be
France, like Miss France,
I
it's fair.
I believe that needs to be 75-25. And I'm
Uh,
gonna say what? No, and I'm gonna explain
yeah.
why. The judges and the team are spending time with the candidates, not the viewers.
Okay, good point.
So for me, it's like the popular vote need to help out a little, but not half and half,
But
because
but the public, they're the consumers.
yeah, they're the consumers for that reality show. That doesn't mean that the person is gonna be the best of the best to represent that brand. Because this is the thing. We need to analyze how many countries will vote for that candidate. It's like, for example, Cuba, because of the internet issues, or even Venezuela, their own country will need to spend some money to get internet just to vote. So
Right.
not every country have access to be voting all the time for something,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah.
So I believe that the experts are the ones that need to choose the one in communication with the of the people that are the producers of Miss Universe Latina, because they need to have a face that is commercial, that is going to bank money and promote the franchise. So those are
Mhm.
I'm sadly to say, when popular vote is involved, especially among Latinas, fanatism can blind people's objectiveness. So not always the one that ended up by popular vote is the one that needed to win
Yeah, of
honestly.
course.
So that
Totally.
is the reason I feel like this particular contender would have been much better to have the chance to go to her country, win the title as Raiso, and represent the country with that sash in her chest in Miss Universe, and not just utilize this reality show. Because sadly to say, I don't say that she's not capable, she's not beautiful. It's just, again, there's too much competition, too much bias when it comes to popular vote, and it's sad to know that an organization from a country online put in their stories and everything and put a post saying this candidate will not be welcome to compete for the Miss Universe title.
That's interesting because, we have a new owner for the Miss Universe Colombia contest. And guess what they demand? They don't want
New face
pageant
faces.
veterans. They want new
New
faces.
faces.
Do you guys agree with that? Personally, I don't agree. I don't agree. And
I think
I
it should be open to everybody
it
and
should
let
be,
the
yeah,
judges decide.
yeah, it's discrimination, really.
Hmm.
I think well, with Colombia, I'm gonna be honest. Lately, they've been sending the same freaking stereotype that is boring. Maybe they want to close that and give a chance to new faces for a reason. Because I remember there was this beautiful black girl from Colombia competing that
Hmm.
she was the one that needed to win. She didn't. They passed her. There's 2 years in a row, and I feel like they just choose the same prototype. And it's get boring because when you come to a country as Latinos that we are a mix of European, Africans, and Native, we have so much beauty to offer. Why only to choose a particular standard? It's get boring. It's get like, okay, we have seen the same beauty standards. Can we have something else? Can we see something else from your country? And maybe that is the reason why they want to have new faces, because there's a possibility that they will not have too many people competing for the title if they see some of the veterans competing, because they're going to be like, why I'm going to compete if we already know more likely this person is going to win, especially because the rumor was that the former Miss Grand Colombia was allegedly thinking to join Miss Universe Colombia. And when they did that, that literally tarnished allegedly her chances to go and compete to become the new Miss Colombia, Miss Universe Colombia or Colombia Universe. So I agree and disagree. It's just I guess they might doing it just to shoot something new. I mean, get out,
Well,
embrace
I totally
everything.
disagree. I totally disagree. I think that it should be open to everybody. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're experienced or not. And sometimes it has happened many, many times before that a girl who doesn't have any pageant experience ends up winning. And
Hmm.
but if she competes internationally, she's a failure. She doesn't even make the cut. Like Miss
Hmm.
Brazil in the last 3, 4 years, they crowned fresh faces, but they failed to place in Miss Universe.
Cindy
Okay, go
Nell,
explain that.
2003. Cindy Nell, 2003,
Well,
right?
there are exceptions to every rule, but
Yes.
Brazilian girls,
He,
bye.
he failed.
Can we talk about Universe Germany's national director, Kim Kelly Brown, who was fired by the Miss Universe organization? And do you guys know the reason why?
Hmm.
Because Kim Kelly Brown dethroned Miss Universe Germany 2023 Helena Bleicher, okay,
Like,
Hmm.
because she thought that Helena Bleicher was
oh,
defaming and saying all these bad things about Miss Universe Germany organization, which is not true. The Miss Universe organization did an extensive investigation and they found out that Kim Kelly Brown was a liar. She was lying. Okay, she was lying. So, girl, bye. And the reason now, this rumor has it that the only reason why Helena Bleicha was dethroned was because she was bad. She defended Rachel Gupta, okay, and Kim Kelly Brown happens to be the German national director of Miss Grand International. So do you see the connection right there? Okay. So
I
why?
mean,
Business
first
interests
of all,
It's just
matter
too
more
why
than
you
anything
going two
complicated.
else.
years? First of all, why you going 2 years back to dethrone somebody?
I know,
Can
right?
somebody like
But no,
this
her
is so
Helena's
stupid.
Helena's
I
title was
can't.
reinstated, by the way. Her title
Uh,
was reinstated by Miss Universe.
By the way,
Again, again,
by the way,
she's not a current title holder. Her dethronement means nothing. She already got what she needed to get. That's it. And if she have a 2 year contract, maybe it's already over. But still, why you going back in history? You know what? I didn't like that person, so let me dethrone Alicia Machado, Miss Universe 1996. You know what? Suleika has a mouth, so let me dethrone her. You know what? I don't like Danielle Cummingson, so let me go back in the 70s and dethrone her. I mean, this is a you know what?
It
Let's
doesn't
talk
make any
about something.
sense. And you know what? You know, the new Miss Universe Germany, when you look at her picture, she's like in her mid 30s or early late 30s. She looks exactly like Kim Kelly Brown. And another information, Kim Kelly Brown and the new Miss Universe Germany are besties. They're friends.
No
Go figure.
business.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Business as usual. All right, moving on. What else can we talk about Miss Universe? Oh, can we talk about poor Victoria, the alleged her failing mental health because she's been traveling a lot too lately from one country to another without the without being accompanied by a Miss Universe organization executive. You know what I'm talking about? Usually, when Victoria travels to another country, she's usually she flies a private jet, but she hasn't been using the private jet lately. And she hasn't been accompanied by an executive from Miss Universe. Usually it's Dennis Davila. Okay. He is supposed to
He
be the
hasn't been
traveler.
traveling with her since
He
she
hasn't been
won.
traveling with her. So what the hell? What is Dennis Davila doing at this moment? Okay.
I don't know.
bringing down the
Like
costs. He's
trying to
not
bring down
traveling.
the cost. Go figure. Okay.
No, no, no,
So
no.
she went to Denmark after her
Let me,
trip to Malta.
it is a
She flew
joke. This is a joke. This is a joke. He's not traveling so that they can save money for Kun An's gowns at the next Miss Universe contest.
No, go figure. After her trip to Malta,
I was
she
just being me.
she flew to Denmark all by herself. There was no chaperone. We don't know what happened to Diana, her chaperone. Okay, she just disappeared out of the blue. So Victoria goes to Denmark to spend some time with her family. Okay, and I'm not even sure if she had a chance to speak with her national director, Lisa Lenz, but she was there for a few days, and then she flies to Curacao, where she was warmly and beautifully received by the Curacao people. That's the kind of reception that every Miss Universe
Mhm.
deserves to
Mhm.
have. The Curacao people gave Victoria the best queenly reception ever. So, congratulations, Curacao. Wonderful job welcoming and receiving Miss Universe Victoria. Okay. All right. Going back to Miss Grand International issue. Can we talk about
Look who's in camera.
can we what?
Hey Tina.
Oh, Tina, hi Tina. Hi Tina, darling.
Hello,
Wow.
Baba,
Tina.
She looks like Opal Suchata Chwangsrai, Miss World 20. Where's her crown?
God.
She's so pretty and very elegant and very cute.
Of course, she's amazing.
All right, can we go back to Miss Grand issue? Can we talk about Nawat's immature, childish, uh, you know, offensive insult, Rachel's smelly armpits? Can we talk about that? Can we
That
talk
is so That is so
Okay.
disgusting.
Because
I'm
people are
I'm
asking,
gonna.
people are wondering me,
Mhm.
Rafa, could you please talk about this? Because it's really, really, really very, very offensive. Okay.
It's
So what
not
It's
I
very
did,
funny. It's
offensive.
not funny. It's very offensive.
it's not funny. So what I did was that I asked my best friend, artificial intelligence,
Intelligence? What the hell?
aka Chat GPT. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And my question, I asked GPT, my question was, Why don't Indians use deodorant? That was my question. Very simple, very direct. And lo and behold, artificial intelligence gave me this formidable, amazing, outstanding explanation. One explanation, cultural and climatic adaptation. As you know, Sandip will probably agree with me. So in a lot of Indian communities, especially in the past, people relied on natural hygiene practices. I mean, deodorant did not exist, okay, back then, okay? So that's a new thing. So they would rely on natural hygiene practices like, frequent bathing. They use herbal
Regular
oils,
bathing, not frequent, regular bathing.
regular bathing,
Twice a day.
regular oils, like I said, sandalwood oil and natural scents instead of commercial deodorants. Uh, Daily bathing is like a cultural norm. It's like a habit in much of India. So that's number one. Number two is economic factors. In rural or low income areas, commercial deodorants may be seen as non-essential compared to necessities like soap and food, which is more important than deodorant, okay? Also, people may opt for cheaper alternatives like talcum powders or herbal solutions. Number three, shifts in urban habits. Urban middle class and younger Indians widely use deodorants and perfumes. Brands like Nivea, Axe, Fog, and Wildstone are very popular in India. Advertising in India heavily promotes deodorants, especially among the youth. Okay. And number four, different sensory norms. What one culture perceives as body odor might not be seen the same way in another. People raised with different scents and diets may have different sensitivity or tolerance level. You know what? This makes perfect sense because when I lived in France for 1 year as an exchange student, I noticed that the French hardly took a bath. So instead of they would use perfume, they would like use a lot of perfume and cologne to cover their body odor because water, not only water is very expensive in France, but perfume is a very common use. And again, cultural. A lot of French women don't shave their armpits. Hello, hello. They think it's pretty. They think it's
Oh
beautiful.
God,
The
forgot
more
about it.
hair, the more the more
I feel
hair of
offended.
French. They think it's very
Honestly,
romantic. It's very sexy. I
They
mean, to
think it's very
Americans,
natural for them.
yeah, to
Mhm.
Americans, I think it's disgusting. Okay, it's disgusting. I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
any American woman. I don't know. Noemi, do you shave your armpits?
Of course I do. I have that. I have them lasered actually, so I have
Oh,
no hair there
ooh. Well,
anymore.
excuse me.
No, thank you. No.
Yeah, so I just want to bring this up because again, you're trying to generalize a specific group of people without studying their culture, their history, their lifestyle and whatnot.
no,
So
no, no.
apparently this is this.
That's not the point, Rafa. That's not the point. You see, in any conversation, you have to see what is being said and what is being communicated. All right?
Mhm.
And I'm absolutely appalled by the conversation that it's going in this direction, right? Because that man set up a narrative demeaning a woman. All right? If what you've got to understand is what he said wasn't in appreciation to bring down a woman's dignity. A woman's dignity is not her armpits, nor the body odor. It's her whole individual self. And Miss Grand International or anybody with a titular dignity should not be associated with such kind of. As a matter of fact, anybody, even I have domestic staff, I wouldn't even say that to her. Right? So what he tried to communicate,
He
he
didn't
was
say it to her. He didn't say it to her though. He
on public.
commented. He commented
He told,
among,
is
yeah.
that a fair point? Naomi, if I say that to you, how would you feel? Or if I tell you, Rafa, if I comment on that behind the back or on a public place, how would you feel? You see, you're actually
If I,
demeaning a person, right? And,
well, I
and you
guess.
see, you see, the moment you win a title, a national title, Rachel is no longer an Indian. She is India in Thailand. In proper aspect, you're actually demeaning the country, right? And that's not a very good thing to say. You're a person who's a part of an organization, and an organization is a family, right? It's not you have a different approach. I am the boss, you are an employee, or you can run an organization like a family. And you see, with arrogance and smugness, you cannot run a company or a family. Right. And that man, the way he behaved it, we should not even put up a conversation. We should just say, shut up, you blah, 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 blah. You cannot say it. You ought not say it. And the moment you put up such a conversation, we're going to actually block you. We're going to spread a movement. How can you say that? Right? You see, the society and the culture, whatever we guys are talking right now, is actually a conversation about what's actually happening around a part of the society. And the society is a reflection of what we talk. And if we give space to such kind of conversation, we are actually sanctioning what he's saying, right? You agree he didn't say something right? Wilfredo said he didn't say anything right. Naomi felt offended what he said. We should just
Mhm.
put up protest. Shut up, man. That's not what you should say, and we're gonna protest. Right? Just end it. No discussion. Actually, by talking about it, we are actually giving him more publicity. He doesn't need it. Sometimes that block button is
Yeah.
needed on his face.
Yes,
Yeah,
totally.
but this is the thing that being Puerto Rican. Say hi, Michelle. Michelle says hi to you again, Rafa. And my cuñadito, hola, cuñado. Let's say this is something that people doesn't realize when you are in a position where you are a public person. Sadly to say, we live in times, especially in the United States, for instance, that is so diverse. Sadly to say, when you mention somebody that is from XY country, they attach things that will denigrate that persona. They will say they stink, they don't shower, they are uneducated. They use these negative comments that will link for certain people that are from XY countries, sadly to say. People need to be more educated, like you did, Rafa, you did your research. People need to understand that there are countries that they don't use their hygiene and the way that they use products is completely different. Their gastronomy. I have a lot of friends from India, for instance, and I have friends that are some people that go like, "Do you notice that such and such smell a little?" I say, "Well, this person is clean, very clean. It's just sometimes what you eat, perspiration. So it's not that the person stinks because has not good hygiene, because what you eat. So, comments like that tarnish a group of people and the way they see it because today's day, we have people that think that if you come from a certain country, that means that you have bad hygiene, you stink, you are uneducated, etc., etc., etc. And living in the United States, when you mention that, oh, this person is from this country, stinks already. You know that perception, but they don't think more about like you did, Rafa, about researching what is going on, what is their standards here and there, and that coming from now what was very insulting towards Rachel, number
Mhm.
one, and
Right.
number two, to to a woman, and number three, to people from India, and that is the reason I don't like it because we already live in a world that they love to label on a negative way people that are coming from countries for that are or immigrants or here and there in that negative way, and then you have somebody from India and you bashing them. I mean, I'm sorry, there are clean people in every country and nasty people in every country. So he doesn't need to say that because not everybody in Thailand smell like roses. Not everybody in every country of the world smell like roses and they are clean. Or they
Okay.
have access to
Well,
things to
I
be
have
clean.
I have a question for you guys. Okay. Okay. If you meet someone who you feel or sense has a terrible body odor or a bad breath, and let's say a coworker, because it happened to me, personal experience. Would you have the guts to tell that person about the issue, or would you totally just ignore it?
Who goes first?
Google search, what? What would AI say?
No,
Hey, come on.
All right, so
well,
let me share my experience.
you go first.
Okay. So years ago, I had a coworker, okay, who had a he was a foreigner, he had a working visa in the US. He was from the Congo, okay? So the first few days that I interacted with him, I sense a different type of odor that I've never sensed before. And it was kind of like a combination of like, I don't know how to describe it, but it was unpleasant. It was totally unpleasant. So I said, oh my God, I'm going to be working with this person for a while. I wouldn't be able to survive with this kind of odor because I'm not used to it. So what should I do? What should I do? I debated about this whole thing. So you know what? I just came up to him one day and I told him in a very nice, very diplomatic, friendly way, okay, I would like to speak to you about an issue that other people in the workplace f find troubling or unpleasant. So it is about your body odor, that you're emitting this particular odor from your body that we Americans find unpleasant. So those are the only words that I could use. Okay. I mean, what other words could you possibly have used? And you know what? He was very educated, he was very understanding, and he was very cool about it. And he thanked me. He thanked me for sharing, for telling him how I felt, how the other coworkers felt. And then the next day, he smelled differently. He smelled much nicer. Go figure.
Well, this is
So
the
how
thing.
would you how would you approach though if you had a coworker with a body odor of a bad breath or whatever, okay, how would you approach this person? Would you just like walk away? And would you show signs of disgust, like cover your nose, or how would you how readers, how would you feel?
Working in the medical field in healthcare, I encounter patients from left to right, and I'm the first person that I hate body odor with a passion. I hate nastiness, but at the same time, like I said before, because I found it very offensive, to be honest with you, his comments. I, me personally, I'm very open-minded when it comes to cultures, and I need to see the whole picture. You know, if you're from a country that is not from where I am, and you have a way of eating and gastronomy here, there, over there, I cannot be disrespectful. I say, hey, you stink. Because again, living in the United States, dealing with patients that are born and raised in here, they're nasty. They smell like cat litter. I even work with a provider that is all very earthy, and because of what the person eats, he smells like onions. He sweat onion smell, and it's very potent. But
Onions are
I
the
mean,
worst. Ugh.
yeah, but I want to be professional. At the end of the day, there's a way to say things. If you have barbers, I would be like, hey, baby, I'm giving you this piece of gum because you're
I'm doing you a
halitosis.
favor.
But when it comes to body odor and it's not hygiene related, like I mean, you need to be very mindful and very sensitive about it. I think again, like I said, you need to think about where this person is coming from. You need to think about their gastronomy. You need to think about the way that they were raised because there are cultures that they don't believe in colognes. They believe in oud, do these, or essential oils and things like that. So you cannot just go by what you learn. You need to be open-minded, sorry. And
Mhm.
when it comes to cultures and be respectful, that is the reason for me that comments towards him was really disrespectful because really we're dealing, at least in United States, we are dealing with people that are so close-minded and they love to label people from different nationalities with things like that. They don't clean, they have bad hygiene, they all everything negative. And I don't. I mean, this is a topic that is very sensitive. I think at least, and I'm not from India, but I have good friends from India, and and for me, it's very disrespectful because you don't say those comments. I feel very offended as a non-Indian born and raised person. I feel that is very disrespectful because you're attacking somebody's uh, persona just because of hygiene. It's not like you just smell good. That
Agree.
is disrespectful.
Comments, Maria Cristina Garcia. Hola, mi amor. If Nawat restrained himself and if he has no track of being tactless, this whole Rachel fiasco would have played out differently. I agree, 100%. Totally.
Hmm.
Totally. Nawat should have let Teresa handle all this fiasco. This woman was so calm when she did her live stream. that was scared. No insults, just presenting proofs and explaining. Yeah, that's true. I think
Exactly.
a lot of us saw Teresa's live stream, and she was quite professional, actually. She was very
Hmm.
calm. Um, okay. Hi there, blah, 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 Blue Wolf. I feel that Nawat is the type of person when facing a lot of people and addressing them tends to want to please them. So he starts running his mouth, and before you know it, starts speaking trash. Ron's son, Nawat actually step out of the line by attacking women's personal hygiene. This is something you don't tell in public. Nawat should apologize for this type. Yeah, he really does. He really needs to apologize.
Hmm.
Definitely.
Hmm.
Dorothy says, Critical Beauty, the personal hygiene edition.
Yeah, let's move on from the
Yeah.
deodorant, the hygiene,
The,
please.
the
I find it
critical, yeah.
offensive.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. In Vietnam, in Thailand, they will say to your, they will say that your sense is too strong today. Hey, pal. Hey, Noemi, your sense is too strong today. Oh, Rafa, just say it. Just
And
say
they will
that I
start digging.
stink. Okay, I stink. See, Americans are so direct. We don't use all that poetic shit. Okay, we're very, very direct. We don't have time to.
Americans are very rude in regards to that aspect.
Yeah,
They're not tactful
they're not very
in
tactful.
those types of situations.
Yeah.
So
Did you
Yeah,
see
but you
Naomi
know what is
smile?
the funny
A
part
dignified
is
smile
that
when Rafa made a comment. She
Sure.
was so dignified and so classy. She smiled, she gave an expression of disapproval, and then she kept quiet. That's what Nawat should learn from her. To give lessons to Nawat, actually.
you know what,
Stephen says,
you know,
for bad breath, I offer gum or mint. Yeah, you always have to have like
hmm
Like,
offer gum or mint. But again, some cultures don't believe in putting something in their mouth, to freshen their breath. Just brush your teeth 3 times a day, like Blue Wolf says. Take a bath 3 times a day and eat apple takes the doctors away.
I don't know. I
I
just
always
it's
eat
all
apple every
about
day.
yeah.
It is true. It is true. It's an HR issue. Yeah, it's a human resource issue. And you
Mhm.
and both know how blue California is. What?
What?
Phil's talking nonsense. I can tolerate body odor, but not bad breath. Yeah, I cannot tolerate bad breath. You have to like literally stay away from me. I actually have to cover my nose or just like push my face away from the person who has bad breath. But
I
since I'm
mean,
tactless, I will tell him directly, dude, you need to
yeah.
fix your breath because it's awful. All right.
Like for example, for me, the only critique that I receive is like they always say you need to turn down your cologne, but the person that is telling me stink like there's no tomorrow. Like, oh, I'm sorry that my Versace, Dior, Dolce and Gabbana, and all my nice colognes that I work hard for it are offending your nose, but you are offending mine. So, you know,
Big Kitchen says in Vietnam they will say they don't like you right in your face because of your hygiene that disturbs them. Good for you, Vietnam. Rams Guava. Oh, hi, Rams. How are you? Hi, Sarafa. I'm back. I'm glad I was able to catch up this. Oh, where have you been, Rams? A long time no see. Welcome back. Thank you for watching. Minion said the truth about Nawad is in front of everyone. Nawad should go to jail for sexual harassment. I'm not so sure about that. Some people, especially in Asian and Middle Eastern countries, hygiene is always an issue. I used to work in a special lounge where proper hygiene must have to be maintained. Hygiene is, I cannot emphasize the importance of hygiene. I'm very sensitive to odor, to smell. When I enter a room and I smell something, I detect something really awful, I leave right away. I don't stay. Uh, I remember the university that has about 20 students in one room it stinks the whole room. But when we say in a good way, the girls use deodorant in the smell and the smell minimize. Also, they say it's in their culture. Yeah, it's really something about culture. All right.
Cleanliness
Uh,
is next to godliness, right? Isn't that what Christianity preaches? Just
mhm,
cleanliness, man.
exactly.
Also, I heard, I don't know, I think also to improve your breath, not only like chewing mint, but there's certain food,
Ah,
certain herbs, like fresh mint leaves, or even if you drink mint tea, it helps remove that bad breath aftertaste. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Mhm.
Interesting. Okay, what else can we talk about? All right, so I hope that settles the issue of Rachel has smelly bits comfort controversy. See, this is what I like about this discussion, this group discussion. Okay. Um, uh, if Nawaz says something that we think offensive, then okay, fine. Then we do our research. I like to do my research. Like, what prompted him to say that? But he's Thai. Rachel is Indian. Let's see where Rachel's culture is coming from. Why some people think that Indians do not use deodorant and therefore they emit body odor. But again, all the reasons that I read earlier makes perfect sense now. Makes perfect sense.
You also got to
Like,
understand.
why are Puerto Ricans very loud?
We're powerful.
Stephanie Del Valle is not loud.
Nobody
Is that cultural?
It's a cultural thing. Yes, it is. It is a
Well,
cultural thing.
but
We
come to
call
think,
our neighbors outside the window.
Gossiping.
Stephanie Del Valle is not loud. Dennis Quinones is not loud,
Mhm.
right? We
Well,
have
because
exceptions.
because they're well educated.
Well, because they are not in a situation that they need to raise their voice. Because I'm telling you right now, they need to fight or call somebody. That caserio will go out at night.
Well,
Yeah,
There's a time and place for everything.
yes.
There's a
exactly.
For every Dennis
Exactly.
Quinones, you need a Zuleika Rivera.
the what? I'm sorry?
Zuleika?
For every Dennis Quinones, you need a Zuleika Rivera.
Of
Yes, you
course.
do.
I love her.
Who,
I love her.
Zuleika
Zuleika?
can go back and compete in Miss
Zuleika.
Universe and win again. Her
What
body,
happened to Denise Quinones? She's like
she's
disappeared.
well, she's continued doing her music, acting.
Mhm.
Did she have a new perfume or something?
Okay.
She's been a sponsor for several
Was she ever
uh
married?
companies.
No.
No.
No,
Mm-mm.
So she's a lesbian.
just
Why?
because
Because she's not married? What the
Just like
hell?
just like Cynthia Olavaria and Deborah Carthy-Diu. They're all lesbians, right?
Why? Because they're not married? What? So I'm
Rafa
a
has been
lesbian
talking.
because I'm not married?
But
What the hell?
you're an exception.
Rafa has actually been
I'm an
thinking so much about
exception.
Nawaz. He's becoming like that. Don't give so much time to Nawaz. You become. It's called inheritance of a quiet character.
Oh
Rafa,
oh
my
my
God.
don't spend too much time thinking about Nawaz.
I don't
It's
want
spoiling your
Because we
mind.
have simple
um,
minds.
It's corrupting your mind.
look, marriage
But yeah,
is not for everybody. That has nothing to do with their sexual preference, and whatever they do behind the door is their business as long as it doesn't affect me. But
Mhm.
with that being said, no, they don't need. I think, do you know what? To be honest with you, I had the blessing to meet Denise Quinones. I had the blessings
Me too. I
to,
met her in person.
to knew
Yeah.
in person
Cynthia
too.
Barriga before she won Miss Universe Puerto Rico, and I learned from her too. This is the thing. At the end of the day, sometimes it's forced, especially in the Latin culture. I don't know if in India happens. I'm not that versed on that, to be honest. But from the Latin culture's perspective, when you see somebody that is a boss woman, a man feel a little insecure. They cannot keep up. So sometimes when you see a successful woman, it's like J-Lo. I'm sorry, but J-Lo's half Jones. Like, she's very successful and she cannot keep up in man with her because
Yeah.
it's what she say and that's it.
I
So
think,
at the end of the
yeah.
day,
I don't feel
you need
bad for her.
I feel like
She needs to stop getting married. That's what she needs to do.
She can't
exactly,
make up
That's
her
just me.
mind. I think
so,
she's afraid of commitment, period.
It's
you
actually a
Denise,
very good
Denise
conversation.
is very successful. Uh, Cynthia Barria as well, among other amazing women that they don't need to have a man besides them or a contract or be married in
I
order to be.
understand that, but people still will question though. People still will wonder about their private lives.
Why are they going to get the money
People
Because
have
they're
about it?
public
practically,
figure, because they're
practically
public
everything,
figures.
Rafa.
Hello.
Rafa. People practically have questions about everything. What you eat, what you don't eat, why you eat, why didn't you eat, where did you eat, why didn't you eat? Okay, you just really
It's
don't
my
need to.
job as a critic to know everything, Sandeep. You should know that by now.
How how
Noemi,
will he decide not to know if he doesn't know?
okay.
Doesn't
So
know.
in order to help Noemi with any lesbian rumors, Sandip, are you single? because in that way you guys can get married. So nobody said that Noemi is
No,
late.
thank you.
Oh, a
So,
lavender marriage.
thank you so much. But it's a very good, very good topic that actually Wilfredo has brought into the conversation is the need of a woman or a man to marry a woman to especially marry a man in this
Hmm.
day, right? And why is that? You see, we have seen Margaret Thatcher, right? And she had a very strong support by her side. Queen Elizabeth had a strong support. You see, the for times millennia, for thousands of years, women have been a property of a man, right? Until 1900 in England, a woman was the property of a man, right?
Hmm.
India, the woman was the honor of the man, right? In the last 100 years, the society has evolved and women have far more independence, right? Now, the conflict that is arising is a man's mind to adapt that women can have equal power, right?
Hmm.
And take his wife as his equal, not his subordinate. In India, for every human, every god, the Hindu concept or the Sanatani concept of marriage, you always place the wife's name first and then the husband's. It's Sita Ram, right? It's Lakshmi and Vishnu. It's
Right.
Parvati and
Yeah.
Shiva, right? The
Uh,
woman. But you see,
mhm.
men, because of the society and the way things have been happening, they always bring women down. Now that women's contribution in the house as well as the society is increasing, men are not coming to terms with that fact, and they still want to control women. Smart women, right? They know how to massage the man's ego and look at the long view, right? They take the long view. The marriage is important, the peace is important, my love is important, my family is important, and that's how they bridge it. But men find it very difficult. You see, we have, like I gave you the example of Margaret Thatcher or Queen Elizabeth, Mrs. Gandhi in India, right? Successful marriages. Men can actually be their strength and support. Meryl Streep, until recently, she got divorced, right? They've had enduring marriages. A man can actually handle a strong woman. You should just know how to balance. It's a delicate balance. It's not very difficult. You should consider them as equals, not as unequals. The moment you consider your partner as unequal, you're on a slippery slope.
Hmm.
So true. Preach
Mhm.
to the choir. Thank you.
Huh?
But
Huh?
yes, it's true. It's true. A lot of men are not accustomed to this new, independence because honestly, here in the United States, it's recent. When you talk about like in the 70s, women didn't even have the independence to even open up a bank account. You had
Yes,
to have a signature of your husband to open,
yes,
or a man to open up a bank account, or to buy, a home, or to buy, to do anything. You needed a signature of a your husband or your father. So now women are working in the workplace, because that was another thing. Women didn't work in the workforce. Women were at the homemakers, which I'm not degrading that. Being a housewife is the hardest job. It's harder than being a CEO. Let's be
But
Mhm.
it's the most
real.
important job in the
And
world,
it's
being
the
being a
most
mother.
important job because you are raising your children. You're there 24/7 for your children, which I completely applaud. But now, because of, economic, situations that are occurring now, both adults have to work because we need to keep food in the table, we need to pay the rent, we need to pay the mortgage, the car, whatever. Things are not like, as cheap as it used to be back in the day. But now women are more, now women, I feel like women are more picky on regards to who they match with. Okay, they're not looking for somebody to get married per se. They're looking for somebody that is exactly like their equal, their partner, their companion, the person that will be with them, support their support system. That's what they're looking for. And I think a lot of men don't get it or don't want to, and they want to be the alpha. And when it's that, then obviously the relationship is not going to be successful, unfortunately.
I would also like to share a small story. It's not actually a small story, a little lengthy story about this lady called Sudha Murthy. You know, Sudha Murthy is now the mother-in-law of the former British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Right? When she was young, she belonged to a very small city, small town in the state of Karnataka called Hubli, right? Where she studied. Her parents gave her education. And one day she came across an article in the newspaper where you must have heard the name of the group called the Tata Group, which is uh, a very famous industrialist group in the world. They put up an advertisement in the newspaper and they said, you know, this is the job requirement. You have to work in the Tata Steel factory in Jamshedpur. Women need not apply. She got offended. And I'm talking about somewhere in the 70s, 60s or 70s. She sent a postcard. Rafa is smiling. I think he knows the story. So she sent a postcard to the chairman of the Tata Sons, Jamshedji Tata, and said that I'm really offended that the House of Tata has an enduring legacy of over 100 years. You guys are pioneers in the architects of Indian economy, and this is how you treat women. She was summoned. He received the letter, Mr. Jamshedji Tata, and then he sent that letter and called his board, the people from this company, and gave them a dressing down. Why did you do that? The people said, sir, there's a lot of problem, but because it's in a village and it's a Naxalite area, there are a lot of goons there, and we don't have a toilet, so it's a on the job, on the floor job. So we thought it's best for a woman not to apply. He said, no, you call this woman, and if you find this woman competent, right, give her the job. You take an interview, not even give her, call her for an interview. She was called for an interview. She they had a it was a very fierce, and those board of director people were really upset. Why did you give us a dressing down, why did you give me a dressing down from Mr. Tata? And then she passed the interview and she got a offer letter. You see, that was the beginning of her success story. In the 70s she fought, right? And then after she got the letter, she worked in that company for the next 10 years. Her husband later on built up a huge company called Infosys. You can Google it. And then they made a lot of money. You see, again, there's a strong woman, but she also had a strong husband who supported her, right?
Mhm.
A relationship of equals. What I'm trying to say is you have to find your battle. But at the end of the day, once you find your space, that a woman has a space and an honor, a man also has to understand to bring that bridge towards to equalize the whole bridge. And once you build this bridge together, you can walk past and you can run across it. And wife is also a strong support system. I'll send you a link. You should listen to her interview. She is a badass woman. She has done tremendous, if you look at her charity work, the amount of charity work, she has actually taken 3,000 women out of prostitution and given them a livelihood. There's a book called 3,000 Stitches. You should read. It's beautiful, the legacy of work. She goes and she doesn't, when you speak, she's now the member of the Rajya Sabha in India. That's the upper house chamber in the Parliament of India. And she does a lot of charity work. What I mean to say is, a woman is as competent as a man is, right? And there's no fine line that somebody is less or more. And B, when it comes to that, respect and then change the social structure to such a way that in for the future generation, right? You be that beacon of light of the world that you aspire to be. I haven't seen God. I have faith in God. You haven't seen God. Nobody has seen God, but we believe that God exists. There are
I've
greater
seen
questions.
God.
Oh,
My dog is God. GOG, spelled backwards is God.
Uh-huh.
so the way I look at things also is that we do not know what our purpose is, but at least by our actions, we can make the world a better place for the future generation of the world we aspired to live in. And that's how these steps are going ahead. And
Sandip,
if we
you should compete in Mr. World India.
and I'm sorry.
We're gonna sponsor you.
I'm
I think
I'm
you'll
not eligible. I'm not eligible. And I
well,
enjoy my freedom, man.
age limit. What is the age limit for Mr. World? It's like 30,
28,
33,
20, 28, 28, I guess.
28. Oh, that needs to change.
Oh,
Just
that
like
needs
Nawaz
Yeah,
changed it
even
to
Miss Grand changed
35.
it now.
That needs
Yeah,
to
Miss Grand
change.
changed and
Miss Noi
and
changed to
Yeah, Ms.
35.
Grand, yeah, they extended the age limit to 35,
because they
which
Hmm.
wanted
is
to change the
good.
headlines.
which is
No,
good. Yeah, which is
they
good.
wanted to change the headlines. They wanted to
I
change the
mean,
headlines. It could have come later on, also after a month, right? They wanted to change the headlines from Rachel to the age. So now that's old news. The new news is the age limit. Conversations will change.
to be
Well,
honest with
yeah,
you, I think,
there
to be
has to
honest
be
with
a
you, I
flow.
think that pageantry age needs to change. I think with everything going on and the way that people are, with the
It's not
society.
what lesbian, somebody asks. Oh, that's
Oh my
funny.
God. I think that
Kind
pageantry
of,
age needs to change. I think it needs to be minimum 20 years and maximum maybe 35 because it's that state of mind that you already graduated high school. You more likely have your foot wet when it comes to work and get a paycheck and things like that. So you have a different mindset than being a teenager. But it's kind of surprising that's the way that I see that today's day is not like before. I think today's day they need to kind of minimum age 20, maximum 35, cut off. That's it. We got it. You know.
You know, Miriera Lalaguna, I did hear an interview of her in which during the COVID period, she did an interview, I think, with Missology, where she said that I won the Miss World title when she was actually 23 and 24. And she said, I did not grasp the utility of that title at that time. Had I competed 3 or 4 years later, I could encash more out of it. All right. That was one of her observations.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you're sure you can you can encash more out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
Or
when you're older, you have it's more, how you say it, you're more mature, you have more life experience, and I think you grasp more about the responsibility of the title and really know how to really take it to your advantage, work it to your advantage to get as much as you can out of it.
But then again,
yeah,
we had Zuleka winning at 18. We had Priyanka winning at 18. They also were a different league of its own, and they have created their own, niche work.
Mm-hmm.
but that's what
Whether-
I wanted to add. No, every culturally speaking, no every person age wise have the same life experiences. And training girls here in United States, I even have parents saying, if I put a Puerto Rican girl that have the same age as my daughter would be clapping, and that Puerto Rican girl would snatch the title. And it's because of the life experience and the culture. Like I mean, I still remember when girls competing Miss Teen USA were asking Zuleika Rivera, age 18, how you are already 18 and you are already at Miss Universe, and I'm 19 competing for Miss Teen USA.
maturity,
Again,
total
It's
maturity.
maturity.
I think
it's
she was also,
life
she's also
experiences.
very driven.
Mhm.
She's
You
self-driven.
know,
That girl is
is
self-driven.
it,
She's a headstrong
is
woman.
the way that you are raised, is the way that, for example, for me, again, I don't say that you don't have these patterns in every culture because we are all humans. But one thing that I see today's day is in United States is this. My first cell phone, I got it on my own when I was 17 when I started college and my first computer. My parents didn't bought me nothing. You needed to work hard for it. Here it's like, oh my God, my son is 10 years old and he wants the latest iPhone. Does he work? No. Just give him that cell phone, that flip phone. That's what your kids need. So it's the same thing. Growing up, I have access to certain life experiences that allow me to mature faster, to understand better. So when it comes to culture, some cultures have access to experiences that will make you mature faster than other cultures. And this is not talking about who's a female or male. That's a different topic. It's all about experiences and cultural experiences and the way that you are brought in or raised.
Right. Yeah. I mean, in many cultures, especially in developing or third world countries, children start working when they're 8, 9 years old, so
Mm-hmm.
they have a pretty much rough life growing up and they mature quickly because of all the hard work that they've
Mm-hmm.
experienced. So what do you think is the real reason why Nawat raised the age limit to 35?
I told you.
I think it's more everybody else
Marketing?
is raised their age limit. Cosmo, well, Cosmo
So he's
already had
so
their age limit.
he's following
He's
the
following
example
the trends of
trend of
everybody.
the supernational Miss Cosmo,
Yeah, exactly.
universal woman, maybe. I don't know.
Not even, I wouldn't even put Universal Woman in that category. It's
I
No.
know.
lower,
So,
lower.
as you know, Miss Universe Chile 2024, Emilia Vives, as you know, is a
Hmm.
professional singer. Apparently, she decided not to compete in Miss Grand International as Chile's representative. And I just found out, I don't know if it's true, but she apparently had signed a contract with the Miss Grand Chile organization, confirming her participation. But she backed down because she'd rather pursue her singing career. You know, she's famous in Chile. She's very big. She's huge following in Chile.
Mhm.
So, also another reason why Nawat raised the age limit to 35 is because he he was indirectly hinting that he wants like Michelle D, Miss Universe Philippines 2023 to compete, okay, because she's reaching that age limit and whatnot. Also Gazini Ganados, Miss Universe Philippines 2019, and Celeste Cortese, Miss Universe Philippines 2022. So they're about to reach that age limit. So that's why they wanted to compete. He wanted them to compete. So I don't know if that's true, if that's rumors, but I don't see any proof, any evidence that any of these
Why
three
is
women.
Michelle wanting to compete in Miss Grand
I
International?
don't know. Why would
That
she?
for me that would be like a
A
like
downgrade. A
a
downgrade, right?
downgrade. That
Yeah.
would be a downgrade for her,
Or even for
honestly.
Chile, even for Emilia
And
Diaz.
even for Chile, it's a downgrade. She
Yeah.
doesn't need to. If
Nope.
you're already famous and you already have a following in your own country, you have things going for you, just stay in your lane. Just keep on working on towards that. I mean, I don't see why she needs to go for another, crown or another title. You already went to the biggest pageant in the world. It's
Yep.
Miss Universe.
Totally. Um, June 8th. I think today's June 8th in Asia. Hey, CJ Piazza's homecoming parade in the Philippines. Woohoo! I'm sure it's going to be live streamed and people are going to be tuning in, watching it. I'm sure Grand TV will be televising it as well. So it should be very, very exciting. I think we pretty much covered up everything, all the
Mm-hmm.
latest updates and the issues, unless you guys want to add something. Oh, here's a question for Sandeep. And to all the Indian fans watching, why hasn't any major Indian beauty queen stood up for Rachel? You only see all the minor queens, the MGI queens, Miss Cosmo, but why hasn't Sushmita Sen, Lara Dutta, Priyanka Chopra, or even Harnaz Sandhu made any statements supporting Rachel Gupta? I'd like to know. I can't hear you. You're mute. You're on mute.
I said, I don't know. You have to ask them. I'm not their spokesperson.
Oh, I will ask them. I'm gonna tag them. I'm gonna create a story and tag them. Hey, Indian beauty queens, why haven't you spoken up about
Because
Rachel?
Grand International is not that,
But,
is hardly
but
known,
Maybe
right?
they don't care.
We don't care. We
They're
really don't. No, we don't.
indifferent.
I'm going to
It's
be
none of their
honest.
business.
It's
No,
not
no,
their
no.
best. They have better things to do.
The better things to
Number
do.
one. Number two, again, Grant is not big in India like Miss World. And even when her nose was criticized and everything, she was under a different management when she gained weight and things like that. But I don't know. I think that is something that they don't need to put their 2 cents at the
Actually,
end of the day.
Well,
actually, I
Naveed
know,
says,
actually, I
my
know
Indian
why.
friends, Naveed says, Rachel is not a big name in India. Well, that says it all.
No, 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 no. I think why they didn't. Because you see, you said Lara Datta, Shushmita Sen, Priyanka Chopra, and Harnaz. Why didn't they raise their voice? Quite simple.
Or even Minakshi Chowdhury, first runner-up, Miss Grand 2018.
I think the reason why they did not raise their voice is because they are intelligent people, they're sensible people. They really talk when it's actually needed. She speaks, they will directly get in touch with Rachel and console her rather than creating a public spectacle. They don't want to be put in the same spot as Nawat, who's actually creating a spectacle on public, on international platforms, right? Just go and do the needful at the right place and shut up. We'll provide all
I
sorts
mean,
of support. They
what
don't
they're
really
gonna
know.
step
What?
down to now what level in this situation to put
Unnecessary.
their persona on the fire for something that
Just because
can
you
be
have a mouth.
Maybe they're afraid they might lose followers.
No, 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 no,
That's a
no, no,
possibility,
no, no, no.
right?
It's not the case. You see, you should put your money where it's actually worth it, right? They are not privy to all the facts, first of all. Only when they come to the entire facts, they probably will speak in a public space. It's actually a street brawl between both Rachel as well as Nawat. Like I said in the previous video also, neither of them are smelling of roses. Just because I'm giving a perspective of Rachel, that doesn't mean I'm absolutely in support of absolutely what she did each time.
Hmm.
Neither of their actions were called for. They both actually got into a street fight. You see, we have seen dethronements in the past. We have seen Oksana Fodorova in 2002. We have seen in Miss World 1980, what was it? I forgot.
Bloom,
Gabriela,
Gabriella
Gabriel,
Bloom, yeah,
Germany. We have seen Helen Morgan in 1973, 74, and Marjorie Wallace in 1973.
right.
Right? None of them got to this level. Even if you go by it, what happened in 2002. They gave 4 months to Oksana, and Oksana gave 4 months to the Miss Universe organization. They parted ways, and nobody was actually big bragging about it. Even when Donald Trump was asked about Oksana Fedorova, he just said she's lazy and she wasn't good. She did not want to demean her left, right, and center. Right? The same thing was with Marjorie Wallace. Matter done, you're out. There's no need to actually pass personal comments on someone. You see,
Right.
there's a way of parting ways, and the goals are not aligned. That's the term that they use, right? Our
Hmm.
goals and visions are not aligning, so we are parting ways. End of the story. You go your way, I go my way.
Yeah.
yeah, but
But
we need
see,
to remember as well that is the person that is dealing with. So some people have class. You cannot buy class, number one. And number two, the time that these situations happened. It's not like right now that social media is so big
you know
versus those
what? Between class and money, I choose money anytime.
but you need to pay bill. But you know what I mean? I mean, those cases didn't move forward to be more publicly because it's right now somebody with a cell phone can make a video and make it public and faster because of social media. At that time, there might be a possibility, especially uh, with certain people involved in those particular situations, they might utilize if social media would be as of today, maybe would be seeing more drama,
You see, it's the
especially
language. It's the language which
when
is the
Alisa
problem.
Machado
It
gave
is the
way,
language which
when
is the
Alisa
problem.
Machado gave way with Donald Trump, um, putting her in public, like exercising and calling her names,
That was
if social media would be rampant, like right now, would it be worse what he might showed? Or even with Oksana, I think everything is all about the time what was available when it comes to mass communications or social or the mass media. Right now with social media, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, it's more easy to do this and that and spread something right away. That is
There's
the
also the
reason we have
language.
to distribute it.
The problem with Nawat is the language, not the conflict. We have dethronements happening left, right, and center nowadays. Not a big deal. But it's the language, the way the affairs were conducted was the problem.
Okay. Reading some of the comments. Oh, the parade, CJ's parade was moved to the 9th. Instead of the 8th, it's the 9th. They postponed it for one day. I guess she's just too busy. What is Stephen Sparks? Hi, Rafa. Is it true that Indonesia will not hold the Miss Grand Indonesia 2025? Who runs Miss Grand Indonesia?
I
It's not
know they have a new
They have a
director.
new
They
director. It's not
announced
Nawat.
it. Yeah.
It's not Nawat. I know Miss Universe Indonesia has a new director.
Mm-hmm.
Her name, she's a mentor of Asia's top model. Kelly Tandiono. That's her name. Model mentor for Asia's Next Top Model. Season 4 is the new director for Indonesia. So I'm sorry, I can't answer your question about Miss Grand Indonesia. I don't know any information. Maria Cristina, I have read about Nawat's philanthropy. If true, what a shame. He's ruining real purpose by running his mouth. Yeah, I think we agree. We all agree. He needs to control himself. But you know what? Ha, who am I kidding? Nawat controls himself? Ha 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 ha. That's a joke. He
That's
can't
part of his
control
brand.
himself.
That's part of his persona. I mean, that
That's
he
his
he
that's his you cannot change what is that expression? A leopard spots.
the leopard spots,
Yeah,
something like that.
you cannot change a leopard spot. You cannot change now what? You cannot change Donald Trump because they're their own men. They're their own per people. Okay? They offend a lot of people, but they don't care because they're narcissists. They're both narcissists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but again, when you have people that have a
But
mouth and
man,
they don't have
what amazing businessmen, the two of them.
Mhm.
So
when
hooray
you
for
have
tariffs.
when you have people that have a mouth, no, I mean your face. When you have
She's
sorry,
anti-tariff, that's why.
I am
when you have
anti-tariff,
She
but
supports
anyway.
China. She's a communist.
oh my God, don't say that.
I support cheap shit from China. Yes.
So get Timu. Woohoo!
I like
But,
Timo and
but
I like Sheen, okay?
at the end of the day, not sadly to say, but this is part of what sells. I mean, when you
This
have
is what
a
I mean. It's publicity. There's no such for
publicity,
Nawad.
what
There's no
do
such
you
thing as
mean?
bad publicity. So
When you
he can run off his mouth for the whole world to care, but he's still it brings money. It brings attention. You
Mm-hmm.
exactly,
know,
so that is the thing. He found the stick or the stitch, however they say it. He
Tourette
found
syndrome.
Yeah, he found that, oh, so you get mad at me when I open my mouth and I have no filter. If you don't like me, I will make you hate me on social media so I get the views and the numbers. And that is the reason, when you have a type of personality that you agree or disagree, either or numbers are gonna come, and that's the reason now what is the way that he is, and that sells for him. I mean, come on, look at his shows in Miss Thailand. It's a show for entertainment. So he wants to be the king and queen of a show. So
I
in order to do it, you need to be the king and queen of show in the show business. So that's his personality.
I think
But that's not
he
wrong.
wants to monopolize the pageant industry in Thailand.
But
He
the
does.
implications are bad. The
Yeah.
effect of his action, the effects of his actions are actually are not good. You see, there's a concept
Mm-hmm.
of I, me, myself, right? I, me, myself cannot, you cannot, it's not a very good thing to say. Your I, me, myself is when you're in your bedroom, right? The moment you step out of your bedroom, it's us in the family, right? And the moment you step out of your house, you're a part of the society and you have to conduct yourself in a certain way. You see, the way he behaves and brawls in public, he's one of those 1% in the society who's actually making a noise. 99% of the people look at him, and then the way he behaves, they actually emulate it, right? And they think it's okay to behave that way in public life. So you acclimatize the society that this is the new normal, right? It's about going up the moral ladder or going down the moral ladder. You're going down the moral ladder. You see, your parents, my parents, everybody's society has worked really hard not to get out of the tribe and be respectful to each other. In the prehistoric age, the best way to settle a dispute would be just to kill the other tribe. We found communication between the two
Yeah.
nothingness. You have a temporary membership of the society called of humans, and then came humanity, right? The way he is behaving because he's acclimatizing the society
Yeah,
to,
of
to
course.
such kind of normal, which is
Mm-hmm.
not good.
But see, don't you think? Well, I really think that he's a very smart man. I think he's very aware that anything that comes out of his mouth brings attention. And whatever attention he gets brings a lot of engagement. More engagement
Engagement.
means more
Uh-huh.
money. It's
This is
simple. That's why
short term and long term.
that's how he makes his money. It's just running off his mouth. And we feed on that. We follow, we observe, we criticize. That's all part of the social media engagement. You know what? To all those people who hate MGI, to all those people who hate anything that comes out of Noah's mouth, and you pageant vloggers out there, social media influencers, content creators, you guys are benefiting from every negative word that comes out of his mouth. So stop this hypocrisy, stop criticizing him while you guys are making money out of his mouth. Okay? Okay, that's all I can say.
I'm not making money out of his mouth.
Without Nawaz, without MGI, I wouldn't
Wilfredo?
have any content for my channel. Okay.
Now I
Exactly.
understand why Rafa loves
Not
him.
just me, but all the other pageant vloggers, all the social media influencers, all the pageant pages. Okay, they all
Wilfredo, are you making money?
siphon
Wilfredo, are you
off,
making money
from
because of
NGI
Rafa?
and from Nawaz's mouth. And that's the truth.
Mm.
Así es la verdad.
I mean, let's be honest, without the drama, we are not be here and critical beauty would not continue to grow. It's like I always say, sometimes when we see people winning or people that have certain belief that we don't agree, but guess what? That's going to give you so much content for the next year, 2 years, 4 years. Just take advantage and put the money in your
We can go
pocket.
out, we
At
can
the
go
end
out
of
for
the
a golf, we can play cricket, we can go out for a swim, go out
day,
camping,
we
spend time
just
with
need
family, breathe, exist. There are many things we can do. We really don't need to try for negativity, right?
Yeah,
Right, Naomi?
I like it when people say, "Oh,
Exactly.
I'm going to stop following MGI." Yeah, you're
Oh,
going to stop
please.
following MGI
Oh,
today,
please. That's a
and
lie.
then and then and then come October, you're going to start following them again. So
I can
follow, unfollow. It's like
I can guarantee you this. Is Michelle D competing the Philippines and win Miss Grand International Philippines, which I will support her because I love her. Um, but if she goes to Miss Grand and if she doesn't win as the first Filipino queen that wins on stage the Golden Crown, I cannot wait for the Filipinos to say it's Rob cooking show on Photograph because it's always the same cry baby moment for these people. It's like if their contender doesn't make the top or win, oh, it's a cooking show. But if they win, ooh, Papa Nawab, Mommy Ju, Mommy Morley, Titian, they're kissing everything. It's just ridiculously hilarious. I mean, just
oh,
wait. If Michelle is the one to go for the Philippines and she doesn't win the crown, I will not wait for all the Filipinos dying,
me
burning
too.
Thai flags, burning what pictures, unfollowing. Oh,
To
come
burn
on.
pictures, really?
You
That's
a
too
pageant
funny.
fan. You will never stop following a pageant.
B Kitchen is asking, is India going to MGI next year? Yes, they are because they have a new national director, a
Yeah,
woman.
they do.
Yeah, a very professional, nice woman too. Stephen says, know what? Bad publicity is still publicity. Yes, of course. I feel that know what intentionally fuels all these scandals. Good or bad
Hmm.
publicity is still publicity. Yeah, just like Trump when he
Hmm.
ran Miss Universe. Andy Chade, hi Andy. Hello, Rafa, and three guests from Canada. Hello, Andy. Jarena, hi, Critical Beauty. Happy Pride, Uncle. Rainbow flag. Hello, Jarena. Welcome. Know what? Messed up with the wrong girl. This one is outspoken and brave. They cannot handle her because she is outspoken and smart enough to understand her rights. Thanks to Rachel for speaking the truth. Bhagirath. Hi, Rafa, I love you. Good morning from India. Hi, Bhagirath. Welcome. EJ Belch, at the end of the day, people will still watch his pageant and soon the universe. That's the crux of the. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Claudio says, true, Rafa, our attention on social media is the new currency. That is
Hmm.
so true. Way to go, Rafa. Eugenio says, thank you. Rafa is so witty. Yeah, I know I am. Thank you, Roy. Um, I never unfollow NGI, says Eugenio. I never did. I started following NGI since it started in 2013. The black girl from Colombia was new. Now she cannot compete. Yeah, that's too bad.
Not
About
too
the
bad. It's
yeah,
beautiful.
about the Miss Universe Colombia. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about money. Yeah, let the money keep the money flowing. All right. Keep commenting on NGI website, social platform, YouTube channels, etc. Because it brings a lot of engagement. More
Mm-hmm.
engagement brings more money. So let the money flow, baby. Let Noah talk. Let him express whatever he feels. Let all the dirt, let him continue insulting people because we make money out of insults that comes out of his mouth. Okay? Simple as that. Don't talk to me about morality and ethics.
Got to go
Oh my
now.
God, I'm a liar. Blue Wolf says, Wilfredo, your mouth is lying. Filipinos never burn flags. We respect flags. Oh my God, it's just a joking comment. It's like, why some people take things literally? It's like when we were talking about rupees
It's
in one
symbolic. Yeah. 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 Why don't you talk about the
somebody got
rupee
offended because
thing?
we were laughing. I was watching. I'm like, what us laughing? And I wasn't even laughing or laughing about the rupee part. I mean, for heavenly sake, it's a joke. I'm trying to take you to a joking, like to the extreme, like what happened in
Oh.
countries that was a war disgrace. They burn statues, flags, and everything. Like you might respect the flag, but when it comes to other, but like as a lot of fans in different countries, in the Philippines, we've seen some Filipino fans that are very insulting, and that has nothing to do with burning a flag, and you have no problem insulting people's morale or conduct. So Blue Wolf, just take a chill pill. I mean, some people here need to kind of think. We're making the communists to take it to the extreme. My Lord Jesus Christ, you know what? I
And
need
remember
more.
earlier, well, all along during this discussion, we've been talking about respect, the importance of
Mhm.
respect. All right. Apparently, if they don't like your opinion or your comment, they either start sending you hate messages and they start insulting you, etc. Do you call that respect? Respect should be a two-way street, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe
All
that
I have to
respect needs to
say,
be.
people.
I think uh, respect for me is a round table. What goes around comes around.
Respect. You guys think Rachel is the only queen who's brave enough to make action, and the past queens are scared and not brave to stand up? Says Beauty Asian Queen. Oh, I don't know. There's been several beauty queens in the past who have stood up for their beliefs, you know. Well, look at the Noelle Voigt, the former Miss USA who resigned.
Mhm.
She
Sushmita
spoke.
Sen did. Sushmita Sen did in one of her
Yeah,
interviews. She
Sushmit.
did
Yeah,
say
exactly.
in one of her interviews, she did say that after she won Miss Universe, she went to USA, and the most beautiful woman in the world had chicken pox, and then she was quarantined, and even then she had high fever, and her mom had to come to USA to be with her, yet she was working. And for 8 months, she kept on working anything that was presented to her. Till the eighth month, she said, you know what? I can't do this. I have to put a full stop to it. I don't agree with what you're giving. And the organization respected her. Just because she's your elected queen, that doesn't mean that you actually she has to dance on your tune, right? And the
Hmm.
organization was graceful enough to understand the limitations of a title holder or an individual or the occupant of that high title that she has for that year.
Are we remembering Miss England who left India, Miss World? She stood up for her beliefs, even though stupid. Even though her claims were fake, were false, but still she spoke up against Miss World.
We
Okay.
haven't
I
demonized.
don't
We
think
haven't
that's
demonized
wrong.
her. We haven't
Anyway,
vilified her.
allegedly that was proved wrong that she never said that that was the media.
Well, I don't know. There was a video interview of her actually telling all these lies. You know,
Mm.
Yeah, that she felt like she was a prostitute having dinner with an Indian diplomat and his wife and whatnot. I mean, she exaggerated all these things. She badmouthed India and whatnot. She was a terrible person. Hi Rafa, they moved CJ's parade tomorrow because it's raining hard in the Philippines. Okay, thank you. Now what can say whatever he wants. His douchiness is in the forefront without a doubt. Maria Cristina Rachel is spoiled, who's too lazy to read contracts, and know what? Is a narcissist. Real talk. Wilfredo just let loose his Puerto Rican part, and I'm loving it. Yes.
Yeah, we love that.
He
Oh,
loves
thank you so
he
much.
loves telenovelas.
But Noeli, she's a Puerto Rican.
He-
She's behaving like a European, an Eastern
Yeah.
European.
Who?
I
Are
said
you in
New York.
Amsterdam? That looks like an Amsterdam background, Noemi.
I think it's
Oh, it's
Venice. The
Venice.
same
Oh,
water.
the canals. I
Yeah.
get. Yeah, but where are the gondolas though? I don't see the gondolas. That's
It's
what
She's on top
don't
of
you
that.
them.
see? It's nighttime.
No, that must be during the pandemic. That's the
They're
pandemic shot.
sleeping.
That
They're
was
all
during the pandemic,
sleeping.
honey. During the pandemic. No gondolas allowed. No tourists.
No tourists.
I think we pretty much covered everything, unless people
Yeah.
Hmm.
forgot something. I think
I think this conversation is
we,
longer than the longest Bollywood
we need to
movie.
wrap up. We need to wrap up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so
Yeah.
many things to talk about. I don't know, but
Hmm.
well, Miss
But
Supernational is next. Girls have already some of the girls have left their countries, traveling to Poland for Miss Supernational. I don't know if you guys care about Supernational, but I do.
Not really.
I'm following. I've interviewed
Sorry.
three girls so far, and I'm
Hmm.
following them. The super chat. I think Antonio is the other guy. Is the other one who's interested in super. So he and George too. So the three of us follow
Hmm.
Supernational. So we might have a group chat. So watch out for
I
that
follow.
announcement,
I like
people.
it when I see Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Puerto Rico is a strong candidate. She's very strong
Hmm.
this year. Yeah. I have a feeling a Latina will win this year. I do. I really do.
Will be very
We'll
interesting.
see. Dominican Republic is strong. Mexico is strong. Brazil is beautiful. She's gorgeous.
Hmm.
Venezuela
Hmm.
is stunning. Yeah, very strong Latinas this year. Stronger than the Asians, I think.
In which
Yeah.
one? In which contest?
Supranational.
We're national.
International.
Miss Supranational. I found Rafa very funny. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm funny. I'm the funniest vlogger on YouTube. I am the funniest and most sincere pageant vlogger on YouTube. Oh, wait.
And you're
There's
bad.
there's another
You're
funny.
bad.
There's
Tell
a.
them bad.
I love her to death. Dell, Be Extra with Dell. She's hilarious. I show you the video, Noemi, right?
Yes.
She's the
Hmm.
one who was wearing a t-shirt with hands on her
I thought
breast.
it was her hands.
She's a friend of mine. I invited her for this chat, but she's always very busy. She always has a stupid
Hmm.
excuse not being able to come. So yeah, so she's funny. Lenka too. Lenka, as you know, I told you guys the Lenka is now Buddhist
Yes.
nun.
Hmm.
Can you believe that? She's a Buddhist nun. To this day, I still can't believe she's a Buddhist nun. And
I miss her.
she continues to swear. Go figure.
Hmm.
But she loves her life in this Buddhist temple in outside of Bangkok. She showed me a video of her actually with they're like community or temple dogs. They're like a dozen of them. So they all come up to her because they know that she would take care of them. She would like feed them and
Oh,
wash them, clean them and stuff and everything. Yeah.
I
So
like that.
I told, oh, you found the perfect girl. You found the perfect life, girlfriend.
Fun
Who
evening,
is
Sandip.
now a
Doing life as well.
Buddhist nun rather. Oh, so you guys follow,
That's
yeah,
also
follow
part of
Dell,
Indian
follow
culture.
Dell. Noemi is beautiful. Did you join beauty pageant before? Says Stephen.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, tell them your story, girl.
No, it's a long story. But yes, I've competed. I've competed like in Puerto Rico and I went international as well.
All
So
right, so there you go.
Mhm.
She did, but she's just too humble.
Went for Miss International. Went for Miss International.
Not Miss
Miss,
World, right?
For
no,
Not Miss
Miss
Grand,
International.
because it didn't exist then.
no, Miss, you know what, Miss World, I was never interested in Miss World. I did get approached many times to compete at Miss World Puerto Rico. And actually I did get approached from what's her name? Winelia
That's
at
right.
a Ricky Martin concert, actually. She
Woo!
stopped me and she was like, "Hey, why don't you compete?" Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, "No, thank you." I was like, not interested. Like, I didn't see myself as a Miss World. Um, I didn't
You
have
didn't
a
have any beauty with a
platform.
purpose. You didn't have any
I
project.
didn't, yeah, I didn't have a project or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, and it wasn't a pageant that I really liked. I liked,
Just tell the world you don't care about people, period.
But this is the thing. Sadly to say, came to a period of long years when Puerto Rico, Miss World, Puerto Rico wasn't relevant. The last time we made it to the final semifinal was in 1985 when Ana Santisteban was the franchise for Miss World. When that switched the directorship, allegedly, allegedly, there were years that Puerto Rico didn't pay. And that was the reason why strong contenders never make it to the semifinalists. This was something that I heard before from different countries that allegedly, and this is the reason why Miss World has so many contestants, is because they can pay like the license to compete, but you need to pay, your participation and stuff, and that's where it comes tricky. So until Desiree Lowry took over the franchise for Miss World, when she took over, Puerto Rico started making it again. So became to start being like more relevant and relevant and relevant. And that's what we have today. But from 1985 until 2002-ish, Miss World wasn't relevant at all because of those alleged situations and, the things that they were saying that you can compete in Miss World, but if you don't pay, you just being
You
another
don't pay your
number.
license fee, you won't place.
Exactly.
You'll be able to participate, but you won't place, obviously, because
Because you
You're a
didn't
guest.
pay the price. But yeah, well, that's logical,
it's logical.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that happens in Puerto Rico throughout that time that after change of management, allegedly, they were not paying the fee. So good girls competing in Miss World Puerto Rico represented Puerto Rico Miss World, but because no payment, no placement.
No payment, no
Mhm.
place.
Oh, I like that. No payment, no placement. Thank you.
Do you think, yeah, Vicky Chin is asking, do you think transgender pageantry should be supported? Of course.
Yes,
I think 100%, totally.
200%.
100%, totally.
Totally, totally. That is the reason I
Yeah.
want
But we
transgender
should,
to know
yeah.
everything in this universe.
But I think we should also support 100% traditional women's pageants that do not include transgenders. We should also
Yeah.
support them as well.
Yeah.
And
Situation.
yes, and in order for a transgender pageant, like I think it's International Queen, that have a great
And
platform.
yeah, they
Uh,
have a great platform.
so in order for them to continue growing, Miss Universe need to take away that stupid clause of transgenders.
Yeah.
In that way, good transgenders can compete, queens can compete in a
Yes,
pageant that they can promote a platform all over the world that would be relatable for the transgender community.
exactly.
You know,
Exactly. I totally agree. Eugenia says, I found, yeah, that's true. I read that. EJ Belge, Tito Rafa, have you decided to have your all Filipino channel? Uh, I'm still thinking if you can find like good Filipino vloggers who would want to do a collab with me, I'd be more than happy to start my own Filipino channel. Yes, please send them to me. Send them to me. Claudio, I'm late. Have you guys talked about Conan? Yeah, that was the beginning. We're still
yeah,
talking about Conan. Yeah. We talked about Conan. I basically said that I'm content that she's staying within the mission of his organization, and but my three other guests could care less. Um, I love Wilfredo's wit, says Maria Cristina.
Wilfredo
gracias.
is gar
Yes.
Wilfredo
Oh,
is in
you guys
demand.
follow Delia, follow her. She's funny. I love
I'm
Delia,
sorry,
extra
Sandeep, when
shady.
you
She
said,
is very shady. Shady.
Wilfredo is the dude. He's a celebrity now.
The what?
The
I can't.
celebrity.
Oh yeah. Ron Son, I can't wait for Rafa Robato. Who's Robato? Rafa, Robato, Andy, and Tony do a quadruple Filipino live chat. Ooh. I don't know those three other guys. All I know is me, Rafa. Uh yeah, right. Yeah, send them to me, please. If Dell was here, this live would have been something as, oh yeah, that woman has no filter. Talk about it. Dell has no filter. Rafa, can you speak fluent Tagalog besides Spanish? Yes, I do speak fluent Tagalog, but I need to practice
Hmm?
still.
How many
So
languages do you speak? Rafa,
That's why I've been watching a lot of old Filipino movies to brush up with my Filipino, with my Tagalog.
Mhm.
Rafa, how many languages do you speak?
I have four.
And they
I can
are?
converse in four: English, Spanish, French, and Filipino. I've also studied Italian, German, Latin, Danish, Mandarin, and Arabic, and Portuguese.
Oh,
I love
wow.
learning languages. Okay, I think this is it. Is it true that granddaughter of Emilio Stefan is joining Miss Cuba? Yeah,
Yes, it
Mm,
is.
yeah. What's her name? I forget her name. Do we
Um,
whatever, Stefan.
Yes, she's okay, but she could use a lot of improvement, I think.
Sorry, she's not okay. She is a girl that you like. Yeah, there's better
Yeah.
girl, beautiful than you. I'm sorry. She's she. The only thing
Yeah.
that catch my eye from her is her last name.
She's gonna win. She's gonna win Miss Universe Cuba because of her
Yeah, we
connections.
know.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
but
she's
it
gonna
is
win.
sad
I
because there's a lot of beautiful Cuban girls that doesn't have a last name or money support that will do so much. And this is the thing. The the best nationals and international queens always come from a humble background.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And I need to say it, at least from the
momento,
Latin
momento,
Not
countries,
por
from a
favor.
rich background.
like Luz Cheney's Palacios. Like, come on, what better example from a Latina, like the latest one, like Cheney's Palacios,
Well, look
you
at
know?
CJ Piazza. Did you see the
Mhm.
house where she and her family lives?
No, but I'm talking about Latinas. I mean,
Okay.
it's age is different because I know in Miss Philippines, I know every year some of these girls sleep in their cars and they go through lengths to be in Miss
Yeah,
Philippines.
like kind of like Anea Garcia. You remember her story
Oh, Lord.
when she was in the
I,
USA?
it's
I was, I'm a child of rape. My father raped my mother, and then he abandoned my mom and me. My mom eventually died, and so it was my grandmother who ended up raising me in the car. We lived in the car for so long. That was Anaya's story.
Why are you making fun of that poor woman?
Huh?
Leave. That's a story of a misery, man. Okay,
Do
Rafa,
you
I gotta
remember? Do you
go.
remember Anaya was so critical of MGI because of what they did to her, because of her, being dethroned, and guess what? After that, she started giving pageant coaching. She like walking coaching, walking lessons to all these pageant girls competing for Miss Grand system. Go
What's
figure.
wrong with it? The way I look at it, at least she's not sitting and complaining. She has a job, she's working, she's making money, right? There's always a perspective. She's a hardworking woman. She's not just commenting online. She's working, she's making real money. Right, Naomi?
Hmm. Yes, yes,
Yeah, I
Yes.
guess so.
I guess
With
so.
her, I'm not, she's not my cup of tea. I'm sorry. I rather be quiet and
I
not
had to
say
be
anything.
quiet.
Well, which is fine, which is fine. I mean, just because we disagree with someone that we,
No,
everybody
I
has
mean, I
some
don't,
talent.
her life story, yes, when she shared that, it is, shocking, and I feel for her and in the whole nine yards. I never discredit her life story. What I didn't like was her attitude towards MGI during the competition, and many of the comments that she made during the competition, and then suddenly she wins, and I could tell you right now, all the national directors, we were like in shock. We were like, what?
Wait, who was she? Was she handpicked as the winner by Nawad? Were there actual judges?
There was judges,
Or
but
judges? Were they actually
but
scoring and whatnot? Like,
I don't know.
oh, okay.
We all knew that she was gonna win because she was coming from the Miss USA organization and she had a
Oh,
following already.
right.
Because
Maybe
remember, she had just gotten out of Miss
yeah.
USA,
And she was
and
second
she
runner-up Miss USA.
exactly, and then
Yeah.
she was given the opportunity to go to Grand, but the whole time she was complaining about Grand International, that and comparing it to Miss USA, which obviously it's two completely different systems and they don't run the same, and it was just a lot. And
And
we
isn't it
I kind of felt,
awful?
how you feel, because I'm a person that I feel energy, and when I felt like I knew she wasn't going to last the year. I knew that was going to happen. I knew she was not going to complete her reign. And I even said it. I was like, watch, count the days that she will not finish her reign. And the director's like, what do you know? And I'm like, I just have a feeling. And when she announced that she was leaving or whatever, the whole thing exploded. I had all the national directors like, you knew something was coming. I was like, no, because it's an attitude that she had way before coming into Grand. So she already had a reputation prior to. So I already knew her background and where she was coming from and her attitude. And there was a lot of things that happened that Lise was very upset with her as well. Because remember, Lee stayed 3 months after the rain. And it was just a lot of things that she did that were not correct. Again, both sides, but in Anaya's case, it was just a lot,
But, do,
unfortunately.
but
But
have you
Oh
anyway,
well, she's history. She was
heard?
dethroned. That's it.
But have you heard that statement by Osman Souza? He once famously said, "Howsoever good-looking a girl may be, a complaining mouth is always ugly."
mm-hmm, exactly. And it's true. It's
It
so
is
true.
true. It's
It's
true.
so true. A lot of the girls that competed with her were very surprised. Even my delegate that was competing, she was like, I'm surprised that they even gave her the crown because she complained the whole time. Like
And then
the
what?
whole time during the competition, she complained that she wanted to go home, she wanted to go, and then suddenly she wins. And it was like, what?
After being
Surprise.
after being dethroned, she also competed for Miss Universe Puerto Rico, right? I think so.
Dominican
No,
Republic.
she never
She
competed
was going
again.
to. Oh,
She was
that's
gonna
right.
go for Miss Dominican Republic, but then she got pregnant.
She got
Oh yeah,
pregnant.
she got
Yeah.
knocked
Oh,
up.
I did hear that news that she was in Miss
Hmm.
US and she went for Miss Grand and then she's going to Miss. There was a joke
She
about
was
her.
gonna go to Miss Dominican Republic, and then she got pregnant, and obviously at that time, Miss
Did not
Universe wasn't
accept.
open.
Yeah.
So yeah. So anyway,
Anyway, Opal from a rich background, and Rachel, yeah, Rachel too. Yeah, they both come from a rich background. Opal and
mhm,
Rachel. Ron San Rafa, the biggest Filipino vlogger, is Tita Lavinia because she's also a pageant trainer. Yeah, I've heard about Tita Lavinia. She's friends with Luis Porteas. Yes, my good friend Luis
mhm,
Porteas, Cuban Canadian who has moved to the Philippines because he has a big
mhm.
following. Yeah, Luis is doing tremendously. He's very, very successful. He's back in Poland to cover Miss and Mr. Supra.
Yep.
Yeah, he's so busy. I send him messages, but he hasn't seen them, so he's just so busy with his life. I want Mia Dios to win Miss Universe Cuba. I don't know her. Tita Lavinia is never objective. She lets her biases rule her narrative. I was a subscriber until I noticed that. Yeah, we all have our biases. Every pageant vlogger, pageant fan, pageant contestant, pageant director, we all have our own biases, okay?
Mhm.
Because we all have our favorites and we want our favorites to always win and to always
Isn't
succeed.
bias that
It's
isn't bias
simple.
that new prostituted word for preference? I mean, bias is the new negative word for preference. I'm allowed to have a preference and a choice. The other person makes it a bias, right? The bias
Because
sells.
the word bias sounds more dramatic. It's more
Yeah.
catchy than
it's so
preference.
bisexual.
Yeah, it's more scandalous than the word preference. Okay.
I
All
don't
right,
know.
we're gonna wrap it up. It's like 1 o'clock
Thank
in the
you.
morning. We're
Um,
in my state. So listen, people, thank you so much for joining this group discussion. Sandeep, thank you so much for getting up early in the morning to join us.
Thank you so much. But it actually feels like watching Miss Universe now. Miss Universe finishes in 3 hours. It goes on even after that. So we kind of had a competition as well as a coronation party combined.
Exactly, exactly.
4 hours. It's 10:30. It started at 6:30.
And
Four
then
hours.
Noemi, darling, thank you as usual, for
Thank
gracing
you.
us with your knowledge, with your beauty, your vampire beauty, your
Thank
expertise.
you.
Gracias.
And
Gracias.
Wilfredo, mi amor, te quiero, te amo, I love you. Thank you so much for your cariño and your affection and love. So thank you, fans. Please, if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe now and please like and share. This is not only my channel, but it's our channel. Okay, we're all part of this community of Critical Beauty channel on YouTube. So please help our channel grow. I want to have that YouTube plaque. Okay. I'm not going to wait another 50 years just to hit 100,000 subscribers just to get that stupid YouTube plaque or something. I want it now.
I'll send you one from the Hong Kong market. I'll send you one from the China market, the duplicate one.
The duplicate one.
From Temu.
Via
From
Timo.
Look, I have a YouTube plaque from Temu. Here, I made it. I made 100,000.
No, I enjoy this and I cannot wait for the next one coming soon because I think this is like the view of pageantry. I told you, Rafa, this to me like critical
Actually, you know what?
beauty, the round
We
table.
should do a video. The topic of discussion would be, let's remove all the controversy and negativity. How would we want to see the
Nobody
next?
will watch. Nobody
There-
will watch, Sandeep. That's so
They will watch.
that's so anti-business.
The discerning mind would watch.
Anti-business for Rafa.
I do.
Yeah.
Rafa.
Funny
any-
people will.
No, for
Rafa's
any-
all about the drama.
It's bad business for any content creator.
You know what would be
We
funny
need
before
more
we
drama.
You know what would be funny before we leave is like we choose a character, a problematic character from each pageant. Like you will dress like Kunam. So we'll be embody that particular character and just do a
I'll be
discussion
Trump.
like
Heck,
this.
I
I'll be
can do
Trump.
that. Okay,
I'll
in
be
our
Trump.
next live, let's all dress up as somebody.
I'll
Another pageant
dress as
personality.
Trump.
Okay,
I will
I
dress like
I'd be
that.
more than happy to dress up as Kun Ann or even Papa
Yeah.
Nawat. I can do Papa Nawat, you know. So Wilfredo, what character are you gonna be?
You can assign me the character. I can be
Magali Febles. You're gonna be
Oh my
Magali
God.
Febles.
No, that would be Noemi. That's Noemi.
What?
No, Noemi's going to be Anea Garcia.
Oh, Jesus.
I'll be Donald Trump. I'll be Donald Trump.
Okay, Sunday's gonna be Donald Trump. Speaking with a thick Indian accent.
Yeah, I would be like the Magali.
That's
Okay.
too funny. All
That
right.
would be awesome though.
We'll plan on that. All right.
So
Have
we should, but on a serious note, we should do a YouTube live on how would we want to see the pageants evolve, how the show should be conducted. It's a television show. We pay for the
Right.
2 hours of 3 hours of television show. What kind of production we want to see and how do we want that 3 hours of everything.
right.
Everything revolves around that, right?
We will do that, that's for sure.
And the prize packages. Whoever knows any information about the prize packages of these winner gets, let us dispel all the air out of it and let's really get down to numbers. What is this hoopla all about? Is it really worth something? Or it's
All
just
right.
anything?
That's a possibility. True, of course. Oh yeah, of course. Osmel Sosa, hello. I can do Osmel. I did an Osmel impersonation. Osmel and Conan back to back.
No, I will do now. I will okay, girls, you're too fat. What is
Yeah,
this?
no,
You're too,
you're too masculine
you're too
to be
masculine. You need to
Osmel.
lose weight. I don't like this.
Ugly.
Yeah,
Ugly.
niña, no.
All right. Listen,
Okay.
that's it.
Okay, bye. Good night.
Till the
Wonderful
next
chat.
slide. Have a good day, people. Have a good weekend. And love you, people.
Bye,
Thank you for
Wilfredo.
Bye.
watching.
Bye,
Bye,
Wilfredo.
Zed.
Bye.